Hit that like button and subscribe. Had to get another coffee. Had to get a coffee. And being locked into my own little world for the last hour, and how incredible this information is. And the perspective in which the university, people at Channel 54, Coffee and Kush TV, uh, deals with this information, how it flows and how people receive it is important. It's a beautiful thing to for people to make sense of our past. This ain't got nothing to do with a lot of individuals that's on the earth crying for reparations from this tyrannical system. Press one. See, Tariq Nasheed and them, they don't talk about this. Brother Polite, Dane Calloway, none of them even discuss the trust that was broken. The beneficiaries are nothing, which leads me to know, not believe, they have no idea what they're fighting for, which is why they're not getting anywhere. Absolutely no idea. Just for discrimination. Yes, discrimination. A lot, and I don't blame them. I used to think, oh, it's just discrimination. They discriminate against us blacks. But now I fully have my perspective, my view on the world, and have a a great outlook on timelines of events and when. See, the thing about their timeline of events is they're locked in. This is all new information. They're locked into specific time frames. What's up with it, y'all? And so they cannot argue. They can only argue little frivolous things of, what was going on at the time, given time immemorial, and what the consensus is. But when you really grab time and you start talking about the so-called Victorian era, which is pre Ellis Island, press one, you get a different outlook. So I'm really excited about this new chapter in the university, the new chapter for this channel, for my Patreon, like the main core supporters, even Coffee and Kush TV. This is live, but Coffee and Kush TV, even that channel on standby, at any given notice, they can take us off the air. And I just thank my support team for making us stay relevant in our own right. If you don't have a grand perspective and you can have your hand out all you want, but if you don't charge these people with genocide and eugenics, press one, then you're wasting your breath. This is a nation of law and justice, and any injustice for any of us is an injustice for us all. Press one. We know this from our forefathers. They taught us this. An injustice of one of us. So if the whole nation is suffering from unjust and disenfranchisement, it's up to the people to organize and fight against it legally by way of the Supreme Court, which is the superior court, which will lay the hammer down of Thor on anybody. See, once you learn law as a nation, on any, God enacts on that, because now your word and God's word line up, and justice is here to save the day. You have to enact superhero, nigga. You can't wait on superhero. You have to enact superhero and watch the blessing. You're going to realize why this is God's kingdom once you enact superhero. Not to sit here and daydream and talk about a bunch of stuff. Yeah, a bunch of stuff is entertainment. That's cool. But as you can see in my last stream, you can do entertaining, but you still can tell the truth. And if you don't know the truth, then just say so. But to sit here and act like you fighting for reparation, and you fighting for FBA, and you're fighting for Africans, and you're fighting for this one, and the only thing you can do is stick your hand out and you have no legal argument of conviction, then you're just wasting my motherfucking time. Every time I speak on my program, we getting closer and closer to the grammar used to convict the government and charge them. The charge, forget conviction, just charge them because they're already guilty. See, you're waiting for the payout. You like you're like what's that attorney that make it to all the black people and sue everybody because black, 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 black? You're like him, Ben Crump. Don't be like Ben Crump. He's operating out of the Bar Association. You have to enact God. Press one. He's trying to make $1 trillion using racism, but never take it to the superior court where this is the source. You see? You can make it federal law for police officers to, and they will all act accordingly. Press one. You can make it federal law. You can, the people, the do's and the don'ts. The do's and the don'ts. And now we're getting closer. Where is this going? Well, I don't know. What I do know is the Victorians, press one, the Victorians' trust was stolen. And everything they had in the 1800s was snatched from them. This is before you. So you really don't have a say in what these people owned, how much land individuals like this had. I was under the impression that we was all slaves. Press one. That's my thing. I was under the impression that we were all slaves. That before the white men came and gave us some upright, we was all just savages with little skirts and spears on. Press one. And no shoes. Running around the earth with fat foot syndrome and big toe syndrome. We knew nothing of law before the Spaniard man of Christopher Columbus. Press one. They wasn't even here in Christopher Columbus. You didn't believe that shit? Christopher Columbus' story don't even make sense. Christopher Columbus wasn't sent by the king. So who's glorifying Christopher Columbus if Christopher Columbus is an invading army? Christopher Columbus did not establish the royal colony. That don't even make sense. Now, you see, Christopher Columbus didn't establish fucking Virginia. See, there's child's play, and then there's adults. Christopher Columbus didn't settle anything. What the fuck did he settle? What the fuck did he do? Christopher Columbus was a Catholic. Press one. The founding fathers would have saw him doing what he was doing, and they would have strung him up. So I had to learn. The Christopher Columbus is more of their storyline of an artificial timeline. None of their timelines got you in it. This is the key. None of their timelines of history, of time immemorial, show you in the glorious position of law and order. Press one. You ever notice that? Owning nothing, and then when you see an old picture of some prominent black people, do you know what they say? Former slave. Oh, that got to be a former slave. Press one. So it's embedded in us that they think you are a Charleston White character, a former slave. 24/7, only in a racist society did your whole genetic makeup and your whole reason of being was former slave. Former slave. As far back as these history books will tell you to read, it will say former slave. It don't matter what you invented. You could have invented the space shuttle. And they're going to say by next to Mr. Gillespie, a former slave built the space shuttle. And that does a lot in this world. Press one. When I say a whole lot, it tears into the fabric of the American story. Press one. That's just like. And then when you listen to the kings and queens who founded the Americas, you get a little closer to the 1900s when they got to dig into the Magna Carta and the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and these things to begin to amend laws. All of this happened after this era was overthrown. That's the thing about it. And I started thinking, wait a minute, 1800, 1700. I was thinking about this. I was going to come on the air later on. But I said, no, I'll have my coffee and get right back on the air. Right back on the air. Because I got to, remember I showed you guys, Legacy Abandoned. Press one. The movie with the young lady talking. Press one. About the trust being broken. And Theodore Roosevelt or the Rus. Press one. We're going to talk about that. She's talking about this time frame. No, thank you, Shiva. Thank y'all for paying attention. She's talking about this specific time frame. And while she's talking about this time frame, the average person would think they was a slave. See, they're stuck by time. See, their time doesn't make sense unless there's 100 or so missing, 100 and so missing years that has totally been whitewashed. I mean, time immemorial without this is just a fantasy. That's why they have time immemorial. Because the further you get back in real time, the more you will see in America this right here. Now, at this time that you see this in the 1900s, white people ain't even here. You hear me? They're not even here. Not like you think they will be here, like you see them today. They weren't even here. The mass migration of white folk came in the early 1900s. Now listen to me. Now Dan Calloway said that we was Indians. The white man said we were slaves. Tariq Nasheed said we were slaves. Everybody say we was this one and that one. Ain't nobody saying you are of royals. You are heirs to the kingdom. Ain't nobody saying that. The Hebrew Israelites is touching on it from an allegorical perspective. They're not even touching on it from the perspective of a real family. Press one. You ain't seeing no picture of nothing they talking about other than those illustrations that's in the Bible. Press one. I'm giving you the genetic makeup. Press one. I'm giving it to you in picture right here, real picture, before the fall. See, if you knew this was you, and you know how we are now, you know where we fell from. Press one. See, without that, without the missing link, you won't know where you fell from. You would think you was a slave. But with the link, with the key, see, you will say, wait a minute. And how did we fall? See? And that's too close to the fall. That's too much to some scriptural stuff. So let's not talk about this stuff. Matter of fact, let's just say they begin to dress like this after the pilgrimage and the pilgrim and Christopher Columbus, and then they freed the slaves after the American Revolution and this one. Now that you begin to know, you were enslaved by way of the 13th and genocided by way, paper genocided by way of the 14th. Now you have a perspective of who you were. I feel like I'm in the movie Moana. Press one. Of who you were. You know, I thought it was just Little House on the Prairie. You are the little house on the prairie because there wasn't too many houses on the prairie. But that little house on the prairie was all that was needed on your land. You see? See, the American federal government seized your land. And as a collection, they invaded you and then stole your birthright, your name, your heritage, and then assumed your position. This is why you're owed reparation. Not because you were a slave. No, that's you. Then you owe a back wage. What you are owed, they could never repay you. They will owe you 4 earths, 5 times of life for what they took and what they've destroyed. See? They got young Pharaoh thinking he's from a fucking outer space. They got this person thinking this one. They got this person thinking there's 19 keys to 33 degrees of Freemasonry. This is the Freemasonry, nigga. These are the builders of your civilization, not a group that you can join, a real nation. Press 1. Not a clan group of different colors and different spiritual practice of whatever, not of all different laws and religions of the world, of a specific law, a sovereign law that you better get in line with. Press 1, hit that like button and subscribe. That you better get in line with before you meet the maker, before you meet your own doom. This is I've inherited lies look like. See, you would think the Victorians and white folk was the ones dressed like this. No, they got this from you after they took you out and genocided you and written you out of history. If you erase the people, you erase the crime. No court, no case, no face. Press 1. What's the statute on eugenics and genocide? What's the statute on that? There is none. The murder is forever. Press 1. Genocide is forever. And if you have these individuals as POWs and this is their land, then you owe them your national ID card. You owe them more than you think. Hit the like button and subscribe. That's why I love this channel. Because to see the undoing of the devil's work, oh, that'd be my pleasure. Hit the like button and subscribe, please. It'll be my pleasure. Do I care about views and stuff? That's great. We can clout chase anytime we want to. You know, my thing is keep teaching this truth to those who mess with this channel because it's the truth. Not because you saw me talking about rap or this one and that one. I made you feel good about some rap bullshit. I don't care about that. That's all clout. What I care about is your identification. Who you are, who you were reclassified to. I told y'all that. We're going to find you, where you were, and who you were before the before you was black, you was this. You was a freeman. Before you was put on a Dawes roll, you was this one. Not too many people know this. Before you were called black and African American, you were a freeman. Press 1. You are the first sovereigns of this nation. The first heirs to freedom and sovereignty. And they took it from you and they stole your birthright like Esau would. Press 1. I'm starting to think the fulfillment of the Gentiles is the theft of his birthright. Now I'm sitting up here thinking like, damn, so this trust law thing is really the theft of who? The Victorians, who they calling the Victorians. The victors. Press 1. Over 50 million. Over 50 million. Over 65 million people. Oh, if it's over 65 million, they stop counting. That's what. Over 65. And they're still counting. Press 1. Y'all changed every law, every one of God's laws. That's what you did. Every one of them you changed. And then you better not change the word of God, which is his law. His love is his law. And do his law. So you don't say you love. You have to show God you love by doing the law. Family, press one. You can't, this ain't no relationship of no modern relationship. What love got to do with this? Nothing. Press one. Only love that this earth ever needed was the law and sovereignty of the law. Press one. So y'all playing. I think I'm doing this. I'm doing me. Y'all just tripping. Press one. That's it. All this other shit is banker monopoly money, fiat currency that means nothing because they stole all of your resources. Where's the gold that was in Americas before they got here, before they stole it from you in 1933? Skulls and bones, meaning the firstborns who were genocided and holocausted and burned out of existence right here in the Americas. Don't tell me about no Holocaust deniers unless you're going to deny the Holocaust of the so-called African American and the eugenic and genocide and the bombing of their nation. Press one by all foreign and alienated beings of the earth. How came and ate from the trust of George of Washington. Press one, which is one of our people. I don't know who this white French man is in y'all that y'all at y'all school. That's Rockefeller corporate French Nazi George Washington. The real George Washington looked more of a skin tone like mine and had nappy hair. Press one, they tripping. They wiped you smooth out and then said their name is Washington. I keep asking y'all, what white Russian German name ever came across as some damn Washington, Lincoln, Adams, nigga, Jefferson? And all the founding father names are you, silly person. And I know the Nation of Islam told you to turn your name into something else and that the slave owner gave you this name. I say you was the slave owner and you gave them every name that you can think of. Press one. That's all. They took you didn't get your name from a slave master. They took your name and your sovereignty and divided amongst themselves. That's what they did. And can't none of them can say nothing. They control. They control. They can't say anything because I got the truth. See, when you got the truth, you know, they can't hold you back. They can't hold you back from the truth. They need you to think of yourself as an African. So Sinetta and them, my good friend Sinetta, can sell you African beads and African medallions. For hip hop, can say Africa, 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 Africa. Africa is an incorporated Roman city. Press one, you tripping. Not no damn dead person. They didn't even know what Africa was. That didn't even exist. Press one. Africa didn't become a thing until they wanted to divide up America and needed a homeland to tell these people children where they came from. Press one. They just made up Africa, the term Africa. They made it up. I know that hurt. That's not real. That's not no real country. Y'all people in America are so silly. And you think that you're just an African, which is an incorporated name by the Pope and shit. And that's not nothing. You got people from Uganda. It's all type of countries in the place you call Africa. Silly. Hey, I'm an African. I don't know what DNA I'm from. Well, real Africans know they can go home. They know they from Ghana. Real Africans know they from South Africa, from Zimbabwe, from wherever over there they are from. You the only one wearing costumes because you don't know who you are. That's why. You don't know. You can't even ask for reparation because you don't even know what you asking. Which one of these people look like Mike TV? None of them. You too white, sir. Mike TV, you got freckles and shit. Nigga, bro, if you don't get up out of here, well, you made up Frenchman, Creole, Germanic looking at. You look nothing like us, bro. And stop it. Take your hat off. You got curls and shit. Like a Spaniard. Press one, a Frenchman. Press one. You not us. That's why I like messing with Mike, because he's afraid of real conversation. I know I got them. I got them scared to talk. Foundationally black America ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's dead. That's a bunch of foreigners, a bunch of Africans trying to steal American reparations are FBA. That's FBA. Press one. A bunch of Haitians and Jamaicans pretending to be me. That's what it is. Shut up. You ain't gonna say nothing. Y'all females over there fucking everybody. So what? They ain't gonna say nothing. Press one. They a bunch of Jamaicans and Haitians, red coats, traitors to your sovereignty. And then what they hand out, wanting reparations, talking about they foundationally black. So what? They foundationally white. Both of y'all, all of y'all are illegal aliens. So what that mean? Press one. That's what the federal government do know. You foundationally black means what? That's not a nation. That's not a nation. What nation are you? I'm foundationally black. Oh, what we do? Oh, we been here. Oh, we been here. Yeah, before. Shut up. You don't even know what you talking about. Light skin. It's always the light skin. Press one. It's always the whitest one. Oh, this one coming out of nowhere. Oh, Slavs are not from France. I'm not talking about Slavs. I'm talking about Mike TV, the Germanic French. It doesn't matter. Slavics, French, Spaniards, Portuguese, Turkestan, Turkey, Kazakhstan. Doesn't matter. None of them is us. So I don't care about what all. They all are a part of the 50 niggas that's written on Tupac's stomach, nigga. I don't care about each one of them individually. So what? So what? They're all under the French Nazi banner. Now what? They all took part in the Roman Catholicism, the treaty of the what? Oh, yes, the treaty of what? Where all of them nations came against the king. Press one. The king is you. The king is your sovereignty, your right. They came against you. You didn't invade them. All the white people and blacks invaded you. Press one. That's their D-Day when they took over in the 1900s. That's their Serapis flag having ass. Maritime. Press one. That's when everything went down. When you felt it was a fight for your trust. Press one. And when you became a 14th Amendment citizen, your freeman and your sovereignty was stripped from you. And your land was stolen from you. And the federal government seized all of your national parks. And seized everything. No, that sounds like a Nazi takeover. That's because it was. Press one. That's because it was. Once you find out who it happened to, what happened to them? They were genocided. They were put through the Holocaust. And then their birthright was stolen. And what happened to them was stolen. And now you see who receives the benefit. Khazarians, Germans, and Russians. Orthodox. They all riding on the birthright of them. Indians took their names too. They got Indians with their last names, holding on to the deeds and trust of your forefathers. And you sitting up here with Tariq Nasheed and federal and these people chasing pearly things when you need to be focused on your trust. Press one. I'm the best, Chapman. And because you cannot focus, Kev will help you focus. So it's about whenever you hear them tapping into trust, go and type in. Let's do this right now. You can do this right now at home. Go to Google and type in the Trust Buster. And the first thing that come up is Theodore Roosevelt. Press one. Theodore Roosevelt. His funny looking Germanic Russian self who has like 500 identities in American and in Russia. Press one. All of them looking like J.P. Morgan Jr., if you ask me. Press one. All of them was stealing. That's why they all was talking about the New Deal. They took the gold from America, the gold and silver, and took it as a possession. And took it. And then ran off to over there. They put it in a Swiss bank account. Created a false war through theater of war and made the culprit Adolf Hitler, and they don't even know where the gold went. So your gold came up missing. Hitler found some gold. He shoots himself. Gold missing. And now they searching tunnels and underwater bunkers for an eternity trying to find your missing gold. in which I know Switzerland and J.P. Morgan know what happened. Press 1. Because Grover Cleveland gave our money to J.P. Morgan. I got their ass.
Not like
Type
this.
it in right now.
Not
Look,
like this.
I got them all culprit. It's the federal government. They gave the money to him. They gave these people everything. And you wonder why the banks and the Catholic Church took over everything. Because they gave them everything. Press 1. Your federal government ain't nothing but part of the Holy See. It's the Pope's army. Press 1. You are orders from the beast from the sea. Press 1. Your religion is that. Your flag is that. Because you destroyed God's people. That's why. So God is coming to take that down. Your Serapis flag, your Serapis religion, your Serapis religious house where Peter's city is, and he gonna bury it in the ocean and put another ocean on top of it and smash you. Press 1 and you gonna stay down there. You going, that church going down just like an island. Press 1. Into the bottomless pit you go. Press 1. Including the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam is this nation isn't founded on Islam. Islam is like Baal. It's allegorical dead law of no substance when dealing with this. This is dealing with real law, sovereignty, power. That's Nation of Islam to me is like a Christian federalized organization operating by grant by the federal government. I'm not operating by grant. Press 1. They're not granting me anything. And they're not giving me the ability to say my truth and to take a tax write-off to say anything the federal government want me to say. But I'm saying I got from him, from who gave it to me. They have no jurisdiction over this truth. This truth is something you can't get. This is a truth. Press 1, they have no regulation over this. This is new. That's why I'm different. Y'all be just watching YouTube. No, bro. Y'all don't really know. They ain't got this is a non-jurisdiction, no paperwork to be, this is truth. This nation is ran on truth. God is invoked by truth. Miracles happen because of truth. Nations fall because of truth. Nigga, press 1. Niggas get lifetime convictions for truth. The truth destroy lies. The lies unravel mysteries. You feel me? Destroying the lies unravel the mysteries of our past. Press 1. They can't do that. I couldn't do this with my brain consumed with DJ academics. I couldn't do this thinking about O Block. I couldn't think about them and think about O Block at the same damn time. Press 1. That's a lord of intelligence. You need to be thinking your redemption and your freedom is in the law, not made up allegory niggas with afros in Washington, D.C. trying to sound like Martin Luther King. That ain't gonna, theatrics doesn't get it. Supreme Court gets it. The Supreme Court gets it. Press 1. You should invoke supreme law. You don't got to join no lodge to enact truth and honesty and a reason. This is your reason. The fact that you fell from grace and that you have an impeding army and you are a prisoner of war in the so-called free nation. And then you stipulate what a prisoner of war is. Press 1. Tyron Crockett say walking them down with ease, sir. Well, thank you, sir. I'm helping you see something, because I just put it. It just clicked. Wait a minute, that lady we were talking about with the trust. She's talking about these people, and that right there said I got to get back on the computer. So let's get back to the 13th and 14th Amendment. Listening to the language of this young lady and how she breaks this down. continue the this is the third part, I believe. The next hour and a half, the next hour will be the third part, and then there's a fourth part to go with this. So it's all talking about the genocide. Those of you guys, y'all seen this before, but where we left off was part 3, the beginning of it, and I just want to continue that up so people can know. Now we got a particular people. Y'all, we be thinking kings and queens, right? Knights in this one. George Washington, or excuse me, King George, and this and all this time immemorial perspective. Without you, there's none of that. Okay, they're talking about these individuals. These are the people who were enslaved. They called the Black Victorians, who somehow missing, somehow missing. Okay, Harry S. Truman threw us in internment camps by way of the Red Cross, the American Red Cross. They will be charged with genocide as well. Press 1, for this was a systematic genocide through paperwork and murder. So we this is a big discussion. And now I know the sister said, or the brother said, well, I didn't have a reason. Mrs. Deb, it's like me. This is my reason. Remember, I was telling y'all I found the people in Rome, the old black soldiers, and they was talking to my souls. I'm like, yeah, there ain't nobody look. Exactly what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody looking for them. Ain't nobody looking for your fork. They underwater. They under the Vatican. They dead. Press 1. They're black. Dead. Press 1 in law. So let's get back to it and how they genocided us out of our own trust. And only through knowledge and wisdom are we able to get that back, thinking about it at the very least. So enjoy it. I hope you guys learned something, and we'll be back after the show. Look at the time frames and what she's talking about so you guys can see it wasn't that long ago.
Everything has been commingled up to now. Okay, the first we're going, this is a marvelous book. It's called The Law of Trusts and Trustees. It is by two Bogarts. I don't see. Is one alive?
Yeah.
One is still alive. Oh my God, that's wonderful. Well, the original must be his son, I guess.
They're brothers.
Brothers. I presume that they were sons. The original was written in 1931. Perfect timing. They had a lot of world of worth of information there. And it's basically upon normal, average, ordinary trusts. And every now and then they throw something in regarding history, government, etc. Okay, on page 4, section 1.
Now you see that? 1931. Perfect timing. Press 1. I said 1931 equals perfect timing, like Nipsey Hussle said about Kev Gill. He said perfect timing. Press 1. Yeah, that's crazy. Now, why would it be perfect timing? Because you know what goes on in 1933, the complete theft of black wealth in America. Go ahead. I said the complete theft of your whole legacy is in the process of being robbed from you at that current time.
He names they name the trust parties. Okay. There is a settler of a trust, and he is the person who intentionally causes it to come into existence. There we have the founding fathers. Okay. The trustee is the person who holds the property for the benefit of another.
The whole property is all of the four corners.
Okay. It's the government's duty to take care of our property.
Meaning it is the government's duty to perform the maintenance of everything here. That's what they're here for, to work.
For our benefit.
That's right.
The beneficiary or SNEKO trust is the person for whose benefit the trust property is held by the trustee.
Now, do you see, remember we were talking about the SNEKO trust? SNEKO, or whatever, however they want to pronounce it. We were talking about the straw man. They created a second trust, a minor estate as a straw man, and threw your ass in it. Go ahead.
That's us. Well, I don't like to call that us. I like to call us the heir, because I don't want any confusion between their 14th Amendment beneficiary and me.
Told you. You don't want, you see, she's saying she don't want to know. She want a distinction between the 14th Amendment citizen and her. She want to be an heir. And you might say, wait a minute. I thought the king and queen of England was done away with and we fought for her freedom. No, she wants to be an heir because law is in effect. Okay? Law is in effect. So she wants the heir. She needs that. Press 1. She wants to be the heir. Why? Because there's no power in the 14th Amendment citizen. That's a life estate. That's a grant to borrow something. That's what the federal government and the Constitution allows the 14th Amendment. They want your full position of heir to sovereignty, which the founding fathers gave you. The true bloodline of this land, of the heirs. Not Russian, not Khazarian, not this one, not that one. A specific nation. You were in that position before you fell into a concentration camp.
So I'm an heir because this shows that there are heirs in here. Posterity is an heir. There's, we go into the trust and trust rights and duties, okay, and he defines for the benefit of the SNEKO, and we, SNEKO trust means beneficiary, and it goes into the duties of the trustees.
Where is this?
Oh, this is on page 6. This is superficial stuff that we're going through temporarily, okay? He goes into the classification of trusts, okay? On page 7, trusts are usually classified into 2 main groups, express trusts or implied trusts. We really don't want to get into the quagmire of federal law. Because it's just like quicksand. Quagmire, it's like quicksand. On page 264, remember we discussed the Catholic Church. Section 37, Religious Corporation Soul. Some slight remnants of the doctrine of
Now here we go. Religious corporation soul.
corporation soul still exist in American law. In the English law, the king, certain church officials, and other occupants of public positions, were treated as having a separate entity as officials and were called corporation soul.
Now, you see, they created a straw man. See? They created a straw man. Now, is the straw man, was that created by the white man? No, this was already in effect. This is how workers were able to come over and they took after your name. So I'm a Gillespie. And say I wanted to hire from a different country or different nation a Polish person, and he will be the incorporated version of myself. Not real, not here to work. They are ghosts. Look, Casper the Ghost. They are the straw men allowed to work under you and through you. If you are an heir or a freeman who was in position to hire people. Okay?
The king, the sovereign. Could it possibly be that our corporate capacity of the United States government is a corporation soul?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. There's so much in Bogert that I have to search for it. I bought these books for $1 a piece. Let's buy that, you know, and I thought I had a complete set, but number 4 was missing. So I think I paid $5 or $6 for the whole set of Bogert's Trust, and it sat on my shelves for almost 2 years. And I was about ready to give them away, going, well, I don't know why I'd ever used them. I wasn't interested in trusts, at least I didn't think so, until I found this, and then Bogert came up with some wonderful things. Okay, next page, 546. Oh, selection of trustee who cannot be sued. Let's go down to the marked line. It says, neither the Crown in England, the United States, nor a state can be sued without its consent. What? Now we have the trustees. Now I can show you that they're trustees. Okay, they bring in the words, United States, Crown of England, a trustee who cannot be sued. Okay, and the United States claims that they cannot be sued unless they give their consent. Well, that's kind of, you can read that later. California statute preventing. Oh, here's over on the right-hand corner, bottom 547. A California statute prohibiting gifts by will to the United States among other corporations is not unconstitutional on the ground that it permits gifts to the state of California and its subdivisions, U.S. versus Bernison, 1950. Here we have a mention of the United States in its corporate capacity. Okay.
This is the 1950s, y'all.
So when, you know,
I already told y'all, we already brought up when Washington, D.C. was even created, okay? 1900s, okay? And it's you're going to be fooled when you know it's closer to like 1980 than 1603.
the question in my mind comes up quite often is just when did they start using their corporate capacity? Because they weren't always a corporation. They didn't start out that way.
They didn't start out a corporation or nothing. Listen,
the
corporation is illegal because it doesn't have a soul. It's on autopilot. It's not living. It's not breathing. It is a dead corpse. Hence, corporation. And somebody needs to be dead for it to be a corpse. So we need black people in America, the Victorian, to die, okay, for the corporation to live. Did you see? You are the Jesus to them. You are the one crucified, and they living through you. You remember in Get Out, they said, I want to know what it's like to live through you. Remember? Bro. These are subliminals for the truth. Okay? They are living. They are here by way of grant and courtesy of your ignorance. I'm going to tell you because they act like you this can't be told. It must be sold. No. God put me here to tell you. So if you can hear my voice and you don't understand, all you got to do is ask, and I'll just work that much harder for you to understand.
Words don't say in God we incorporate. The words say in God we trust.
That's right.
Okay. So when do they start exercising their corporate capacity, and is it a de facto corporation or a de jure corporation? In the state of California, in most states, you cannot be a de facto corporation.
Told you. You can't. It's illegal. She just pretty much just said it. You can't say it's impossible.
I don't see evidence that they are de jure either, except for this grant right here. Page 556 is on reservations. It is common that the settler is is himself a trustee, either by his own declaration or that fact, or by reason of a conveyance by himself to himself and others as trustees, or by buying land in his name as trustee for another. If the settler reserves no powers to himself expressly in the trust instrument, he will, as settler, have only sentimental interest in the administration of the trust. That is why there is a reservation in the Fifth Amendment and reserved to the people, so that there is no sentimental interest. The reservation, remember, is important. That I told you before, had to have a reservation. Isn't this beginning to look beautiful? Got to keep those reservations. Everything falls into line.
You heard what she said. Got to keep those reservations. Told you. She was just, bro. She on some Elizabeth Warren shit, okay? We got to keep those reservations because the reservation isn't just a TP. It's a fucking, this is dealing with trust law, family. And if you don't get a grasp on understanding these words, your history that they've put you in, your daydream, is your spiritual bondage. Okay? Your ignorance is your bondage because you can't see how the dead corporation is in control of your life. And you serve a dead corporation. Your religion is dead. Your God died in 1930 something. Everything about you is dead, and your religion is metaphysical. It's not even real. And your law is, if your God is the law, and his love of you is the sovereignty of that law, then if you go metaphysical, you don't believe in God. You believe in fucking Star Wars. That's what you believe in. Nibiru. You don't believe in law. You don't believe in nothing. You don't even know how to believe in the law of God. You see what I'm saying? The Hebrew Israelites got us thinking, you got to do the law. You got to do the law. Well, this whole nation is founded on Levitical law. So why are you saying the Hebrew Israelites came from Africa? Press one. You guys have believed in the allegory rather than the real thing. And flying turtles as well. And Janita Moore, don't forget the flying turtles.
State laws.
Dan Calloway don't know about the trust because Dan Calloway is from the Niji tribe and they only spoke 6 languages. So how would the Indians wouldn't write a trust? African slaves wouldn't write a trust. You see what I'm saying? So it takes a lot for them to condense your brain into somebody who's not capable of knowing your past. If you didn't write a trust, then if you came from Africa, then you wouldn't even know your genocide. If you was a federalized Indian, you wouldn't know you came from this. You wouldn't know your genocide happened if they can convince you living on the back of a turtle. You wouldn't. How would you know the law if they told you the Magna Carta was of these people, but now it's Queen Elizabeth who was a Nazi? You know what I'm saying? And she got her heirship from her father, who was the king at this time. Get the fuck out of here. You missing a big chunk, bro. You just, they fucked your brain up. So she's Prince Queen of this one. She was rolling with Margaret Sanger to genocide these people. See? She was with the Red Cross. Margaret Sanger is from the Red Cross. I said, listen to me, my little African breed. Press one. Hebrews are not black or from Africa. They are not African. They are not ham. Green eggs and fucking ham. They whole storyline exists on the continent of Africa. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Green eggs and ham in the back. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Not one of these Hebrew Israelites know real sovereignty. The only thing they base in their whole complex is females better not wear a dress. Press one, but they only here by way of the federal government, which means they took a 501(c)(3) tax write-off of the dead state that they praise, that they hate so much. They hate the white man, but serve the Pope. Amen. Press one. I said they hate the white man, but serve the Pope. You little wearing these ninja outfits don't do. That's not working. Jesus Christ died. He's the sacrifice. Please, Take them little tassels off. None of that mean nothing in the kingdom of heaven. Just because you wear boots and a tassel don't mean God. Press 1 is you getting in because you told women not to wear fucking pants. Get out of here. Press 1. Teach me about law. And you've been condemning this American government this whole time when it's based off your father's law. Now what? Now what? Until the fulfillment of the Gentiles, not until the Hebrew Israelite get tired. Get to work, nigga. Press 1 and get to law. And not until Hebrew Israelites, until the Gentile is fulfilled, bro. Stop it. Stop it, family. It's incredible. It's incredible. Not one of them know about these families. You know why? Because most of the Hebrew Israelites ain't nothing but foreigners in real life. And more foreigners playing the game. They don't wrote themselves into, you know what the Hebrew Israelites do? They put all foreigners up on the wall on the chart. Huh? You Negro, press 1, the Negro, Judah. Well, if you Judah, you the lawgiver. You supposed to be the first one in the law. Judah, press 1, but you's a phony. Press 1. Then they got the Puerto Rican, which is a dead corporate state. Then they got this one. Then they got Issachar. Then they got this one. And all of these are foreigners. Press 1, silly. All of them. All of them are foreigners because they're all trying to use Judah to get in. And that's when they not doing nothing different from what the federal government and what the Pope did. It's nothing. None of them is talking about the names off the dolls' rolls that was stolen and given to foreigners because that's not in the lineup for them. Press 1. They just say God's people. Well, what if God put the kings over you when you betrayed the king? We all know Jesus was the king and you murdered him. What if God what if you overthrew God's kingdom? What if that was the case? Yeah, and then these niggas love to talk about 5 AD and Nero and this one and that one. Nigga, you wasn't around in 5 AD. If that's even real, imposters. If that's even real. Because to get to your truth, you don't even got to go back 200 damn years. I don't know how these niggas went all the way back to 5 AD. You know why? You know why? Because they get all of their historical events from the same white man that they called the devil. Press 1. I didn't get this from the white man. Press 1. I didn't get this from the white man. You're not finna go and find this and find this in those books and they say, by Spaniard. Press 1, it ain't finna be there. So you need the white man to validate your silliness at that. See, I'm free. See? I don't need that. See, I got them. That's different. You gonna believe them or your lying eyes? It's facts. Let's get back to the truth, though. We're dealing with trust. See, they don't exist in the trust.
Position as trustee does not, in the usual case, give him a dignity of legal interest.
They don't know this.
Thank you. Duality. Yeah, my eyes are getting a little tired from reading. Page 557. Municipal corporations as trustees, in that it goes into the towns, cities, villages, school districts, and other governmental agencies are created by the state.
Look.
Okay. Down at the bottom when you see little mark where I say cypress, cypre, okay. We're going to get into cypre. It's important. Are we missing a page? No, I guess not. Okay, we're going to go back here. Cypre, I'll see if I can. If such power is lacking, there will be vacancy in the trusteeship, and the court will appoint a trustee. This is cypre, okay? But the validity of the instrument of creation will not be questioned.
And this is all dealing with the fall of a specific group and the corporate entity coming into fruition. You looking at the rise of the B system right there.
Okay, I know it's vague so far. In the groups of governmental, eleemosynary, or educational charitable trust is on the next page. Got to find where we can clarify this. A municipal corporation has no power to accept and carry on a private trust or a charitable trust for
Look.
religious purposes. You know, this is added quickly, for religious purposes. It didn't say or charitable trust, period.
Look.
It says charitable trust for religious purposes.
Do you know you're participating in the charitable trust when you go to jail as a criminal? And black people know what I mean? They're dipping into your trust. Yeah. Yeah, the 14th Amendment is a charitable trust. The day you became black was a charity act. Press one. Yeah, can you hear me now? I said the day you chose to be a 14th Amendment citizen was to give life to the rest of the world in its incorporate state. Press one. You birthed Frankenstein, silly. Press one, and you got to get rid of Frankenstein. It's up to you. By reclaiming your soul. Frankenstein has your soul. But you get it? Press one. This is a beautiful thing. I feel that y'all get it. You allowed them to become.
The 14th Amendment is a charitable trust.
Told you. Told you. 13th Amendment made you a criminal, and the trust buster came in, Theodore Roosevelt, and busted your shit by criminalizing you. Don't you get it? The more you're a criminal, the more you broken. And you need to be black and a criminal. That means you're incompetent, a stillborn, retarded, bungalow 54, or dead. That's one. We are in control. And your nationality, you have identified yourself with death, black, sin. That's what Jesus was. You have embodied death. Your whole culture is death because they need you to live. And in order for you to die, in order for them to live, you have to be dead. If the coming of the Lord and the rising consciousness of the black people is the end of the world. Don't you get it? Because their world is all commercial and it thrives off of your sleep and your ignorance. They're able to get rich in the Saudi empire because you're asleep and you're dead. You have the biggest territory and the biggest beneficiary package on earth. But guess what? You're dead. And everybody else is alive. Now that's something.
It establishes a...
That's why everything's in a private corporation.
That's why everything is in a corporation.
Yeah, well...
Because it's the straw man. So the real Kevin Gillespie is right here, dead. So there's 1,000 Kevin Gillespies out there that's alive. Don't you get it? But all of those Kevin Gillespies that's alive are Romans and Germans and Russians. They're operating in my corporate capacity as a sovereign. So I'm operating dead and I'm fitting the bill, and they're operating as the real me. You see that? That's privilege. That's called role reversal. Trading places. Like Eddie Murphy. That's what this shit is about. What did Kanye say? There's 1,000 yous. There's only one of me. Shout out Kanye. What? Remember Kanye? There's 1,000 yous. There's only one of me. That right there. That part right there. Could you grasp it just a tiny bit? Shout out to the family for thinking outside the box today.
Okay, the way I see it is the Federal Reserve Act created the trust fund. Okay, it established the trust fund. It actually did establish even maybe a lesser estate than the 14th Amendment, a non-freehold estate. The Social Security Act itself created possibilities for beneficiaries to draw from the trust fund.
Damn, let me rewind that just a little bit. All I really want is a little bit of this, a little. What'd she say? Just like I said about jail.
Established the trust fund. It actually did establish even maybe a lesser estate than the 14th Amendment.
Told you, a minor estate.
A non-freehold estate.
A non-freehold.
The Social Security Act itself created possibilities for beneficiaries to draw from the trust fund.
Look, that's jail. Look, because you're a criminal. So it enables the beneficiaries of the minor estate to draw from the trust fund. You get it? This is what Social Security did. Damn. You know, let me tell you something. In God's kingdom, there was no women's right to vote. Because you are of your man. There is no separation of head, church, and state. You gonna vote the way we vote. That's one that's in the best interest of this family and this business here. Ain't no, you see, they use the feminists to get you to separate. You see that? In God's kingdom, there is no woman separate from her man and she vote different from her man and he can't see and she can't see what she voting, even though what she voting is anti their family limb. That don't happen. That's not real, family. That's against, she votes against the head of household every time because she wants her, what? Freedom. Press one. Now, white woman, I'm convinced you of this shit. You don't vote. There's no separation you are from this rib. What you doing? Oh God, I'm gonna vote. You go over there and I'm gonna vote for Joe Biden because he like Trump. No, you gonna vote for Trump because it's in the best interest of this family. That's why. Press one. What's wrong with you? Well, they said I can vote for anybody. You didn't marry anybody. You didn't marry them. Press one. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all go against God for your own destruction. God said don't even separate. There's no separating. If Eve separate, let her walk off the cliff by her damn self. I'm not going with her. Lord, listen, I'm going to beat her to the courthouse. Watch this magic trick. Disobedient, rebellious spirit. I'm going to find me a woman who knows about this, who respects. In 200 years, my family lineage fucking with you would be down the toilet. Press one. And that's where we at. When the federal government got our sisters and our mamas and aunties, the state became the head of household, and now the state is the husband without him. So he could be sleeping there, piping her down and all that. But on that paperwork, head of household, me. Jaquisha, press what? Because I'm independent. And you feel me? This is what it created. It created this to separate. Remember I told y'all in the Matrix, they kept Eve and Adam so close, yet so far away. Made sure she kept her mind on the apple and material things while he kept his mind on saving her. There ain't no saving them. Let them fall and the pig stay off right in the cliff with the pigs. Coffee and Kush TV. You're on the air. What up? What up? Wait a minute. Am I not connected? Am I not connected? Well, you got to call back, sir. Call back. But you get what I'm saying, fam. I'm sorry for your luck. And a lot of women be like, oh, that's not right. God didn't say I'm going to vote. There's no voting like that, like where you are separate from your husband. Press one. That's crazy. God is over man, and man is over woman, and woman is over them kids. Press one. You are bringing men and women up. Press one. I'm going to show them how God works. Capiche? Press one. Now take this budgeting book. Press one. Stay off the ground before you start wanting things you can't have or start thinking they living a way that's real before you become infused with that damn device. I'm gone to work. Press one. Y'all tripping. And it's our communities that's like our relationships be fucked up because the women are in control of them. You got to go through the woman in our relationship to do anything, them and the kids. And you got to go through her and the kids for the man to even matter in our relationships. Facts. So don't pretend. No. Everything becomes before the man. It's what we were born into in this world. Don't fake it now. No, everything is first. The woman, I'll give you the earth, the moon, the stars, and the mountains. Press one. And then all them kids. Press one. I said all them kids. Most of them ain't even here. All 10 of them. Press one, they ain't even here. So we got to make sure this one. You got to make sure this one. And her is okay before you is okay. Press one. It's out of order. Shout out to Sheba. It's out of order. Ain't nothing you can do with that. You going to be on the internet crying and complaining with the red manosphere. You can be like that and be crying for nothing. Or you can get into law and break down to your woman why she believes what she believes and help her understand how up here as black people we really have to be. And our belief in God got to be that much stronger, family, because there's a whole system at work that wiped your mama out, my mama out, your daddy, my daddy turned us all into you as a couple got to understand the stigma and the attack that's against you on a daily basis and not get too comfortable with foreigners to where you can't talk like this with no foreign white woman or no Asian white woman. They'll be like, oh, you tripping. But I can talk to black women and brothers because we all share this experience, bro. Press 1. So this is what's popping. You can't hide this. My nigga, you can't. I see you trying to hide it, but you must always remember you still a member of the hopeless, like Tupac Shakur said. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Boom, Kev, it's Todd.
What up, Todd?
Hey, all right. I've been having this thought. I've been toggling this thought for the past few days,
Go
man.
ahead.
The University of Göttingen, aka the University of Religious Studies, prior to it becoming a University of Religious Studies around the time 1900.
Go ahead.
It was a law school. It was a public law school, and it was founded. And that's the part that I struggle with. But it's founded by George. It was founded by George II. And yeah, and they go back in the time immemorial as far as the foundation and everything and stuff like that.
Yes.
But
it's
making so much more sense.
The theologian school was actually created as a law school, correct?
Right.
Go.
A public law school, a civil law school.
A civil law school that you must attend. It wasn't just a religious aspect. Every male must know the law. Here, go ahead.
Yeah, and it all the way makes sense now because that's where they all came from. That's where pretty much Teddy, all of these the original characters. That's where they all came from, and they came up like the metaphysical concepts to be able to replace everything, replace the law.
Yes.
Metaphysical being a thought.
Yes.
Thought.
Being what? And who's the god? Who's the god of Egypt? Thought.
Thought. Yeah. Thought. He was like Mercury. He was the messenger.
That's right. So when I say I don't thought, I think, you know what I'm saying now.
There you go. Exactly, man.
It's always for emotion.
Bro.
A thought is a dead.
I'm understanding this thing now, bro.
Thank you.
I understand the white lady, man. Peace, bro.
My man. See, thought is past tense. That's dead. But when you're thinking, you're poetry in motion. See, I thought 5 years ago. I thought just a few minutes ago. But what's coming to me? Press 1. I'm now thinking and putting my foot forward. I'm moving now. Press 1. Press 1. Thought put into motion is moving. Is thinking. Press 1. Thought. That's the Egyptian god of the underworld. I'm thinking, damn it. Press 1. I'm alive, damn it. See? So everything they have us, the same people who told us the American language cast a spell. No. You guys are the spellcasters, which are ancient spiritual systems of nothing. You guys bit the apple. Press 1 and forgot about God's law and his commandments of don't touch, don't get involved in that. Press 1, don't touch that church stuff over there, that religious nothing law. What did George Washington say? I gave my people a republic if they can keep it, but they didn't keep it. They went off into allegorical space while the damn Gentile ran off with your gold legally. And you know J.P. Morgan was a forgery person. So you know he passed that trade off to his little scrawny little Stalin lookalike son. Press 1, looking like Stalin from Russia. It feels so good to tell the truth. Press 1, hit that like button. My man said I can hear that white lady now. I can hear her now. You right. When everybody hear her, it's gonna be popping. Remember that your status is based upon the estate you are in possession of. Press 1. A life estate such as created by the 14th Amendment has been consistently diminished for 150 years, diminished, and it is approaching the next estate step down. Press 1. This will be what is called the non-freehold estate and is characterized by making of a periodic payment for the use of the land. That's Jubilee. Press 1. This is the Jubilee. Oh my goodness. They're going to have to pay the landlords. It comes down every 50 years to where we got to break bread. This is a landlord-tenant relationship. This goes back to the law of redemption. That's a way that I'm telling you, this is biblical law of the land is how this nation is formed. And I'm glad that God made it simple for me to be able to make the understanding of such complex language simple to a person, to people who've never heard it before. So God is good all the time. Remember to support this broadcast. Go to Cash App. My cash tag is Gills Gang. FUBU forever. Press 1.
That's where you separate the gold and silver from the Federal Reserve note. Now you're a beneficiary over here.
What? She just told you right there. That's where you separate the gold and the silver from the Federal Reserve note. And then this is listen. Wow. The yellow brick road. The ruby slippers were really silver slippers. Come on, family. Look how easy it is to understand what she's saying now from the first time we watched this. This is beautiful. Shout out to Taj. Listen to her, Taj.
That's where you separate the gold and silver from the Federal Reserve note. Now you're a beneficiary over here under your Mortmain principle.
That's your, oh my goodness. And we already know with the Mortmain. Look at Mortimer Mouse. Look at this. In your dead capacity, family. They're placing you in a dead status while they are living. Now do you understand? Oh, I love y'all, man.
Collecting money that is for the beneficiaries of the 14th Amendment.
Oh, my goodness. There's the benefit. There's white privilege right there. There's the privilege of how you got. They just stole it. They just stole it.
That's where you separate the gold and silver from the Federal Reserve note. Now you're a beneficiary over here under your Mortmain principle.
Oh, that's why they were switching characters. Because they're moving it. Damn, cuz.
Collecting money that is for the beneficiaries of the 14th Amendment, estate, and trust. So we're going to get into this further. I want to find.
Look at the people in the chat room. Bocat, Todd, Brittany, for his glory. Y'all get that? Y'all get that? It's not even that she's telling it, Crystal. The fact that she's teaching it to other people, she's teaching them how to steal. You can see the language. See, as black people, we sitting up there. You sitting up there like them. This you supposed to be sitting up there like this. Say you're them at their event. You will go and charge them with a crime. Do you hear me? You will have all of them arrested if you was them Victorians listening to a person like this say this. They will be charged and they will be stoned or burned alive or some shit, because this is treachery, coup d'etat language by law, which is damn near red pill terrorism shit. Press 1. So let's go.
Pray when I can. I wish I hadn't brought that up so soon.
They're collecting money from the 14th Amendment because of your Mortimer status. So you're dead. You're a criminal and you're dead. So you're black and you're a criminal. So even you're a minor. You're in a minor. They don't put you in a minor estate. And now they're feeding off of you to feed themselves when it was the other way around. You get it? They are AI. They almost like AI took over the planet. See yourself as a human being and you teaching them law in this one. You know their big fear is AI taking over the planet? Well, I want you to see yourself as an African American 150, 200 years ago, and white people are artificial intelligence and they're aliens and they're about to fucking overthrow your dumb ass. Do you get it? You see, this AI algorithm is nothing more but a redo of the old. The AI is figuring out, wait a minute, you ain't even from here. You understand what I'm saying? Wait a minute. So all of this computer shit is in the benefit of God work. Nothing is out of order, but everything is in chaos at the moment. I'm telling you.
560. In the early law, the position was taken that a corporation could not hold to uses or be a trustee on account of its impersonal, artificial character. It had no conscience.
Look, it has no what? Conscience. So do the United States have a conscience? No. Do any of these corporate? No, you're going to war, you're going to die. It has no conscience. It's on autopilot. It's about stealing resources. Oh, this sin, it has to be dealt with. This is a sin. This is death. Because a dead man with no conscience running rampant on the earth is Satan. You see? And that's who you serve. You are dead under and in sin. What Jesus was talking about, death. The last sin to be defeated would be what? Hashtag it in my death. Death. The last sin to be defeated. And you might say, why would death be the sin if everybody? Because it's not talking about you returning back to the dust of the ground. It's talking about death. What you serve. Your religious practice. You can't serve God in the real law and serve an allegory of space people. You can't serve good and evil. That's death.
Equity could not act on it by a decree strictly
Look,
in persona.
Mortmain is death. Serap is these are gods of death. Thought is the god of the underworld. That's after death.
Objection was overcome as early as the middle of the 18th century. This is when they started to attack the Mortmain statutes.
Huh? They started to attack in the 18th century. Press 1. Okay.
Okay. In modern times, corporate trustees are probably more common than individual trustees.
Okay, so when you're talking 18th, you're talking Victorian. They was already going at it. Death laws. There you go. There you go.
Mm-hmm. And the trust company, the professional corporate trustee, assumes an ever larger position in trust management.
Look.
Boy, it sure has.
So
It is obvious that
so these are just trust managers. You get it? Hedge fund managers laundering money everywhere, taken from the trust, being busted by the feds because the feds are in charge of the trust. So they will arrest themselves. Hell yeah, they'll arrest one.
the charter or incorporation papers of a corporation, considered in the light of the statutes and constitution of a state, will determine the capacity of a corporation to administer as trust. Let's turn pages. Let's go on. The Law of Trustees and Trust by Bogert, again, Volume 2. Now we get into federal income tax, duty to make a return. 143, Section 264. Trustees are under a duty to make a return of income of the trust if it's...
Press 1 to make a what? To make a return. So if you invested in them, press 1, they are required to make a what? A return on what? The initial loan. Well, when did the loan happen? The loan happened when you loaned Germany. Press 1. After World War I, you loaned Germany money to pay back France. Remember? Remember? You don't remember that. You loaned Germany, the same people who executed the so-called Jew. You loaned them some money, and they haven't made no return on you been enslaved ever since. They ain't made not one. You see what reparation is? You see how I'm breaking them down? See, they owe you. This is criminal. This has been this is real. This is history. They know this. You loaned Germany. Germany was supposed to fix France for their destruction. But what did France do? The French became Jews and Germans. There it is. They have a whole story. Whatever their story is. Whatever it is, that does not negate the loan. So what did they do? What did they do? Now mark my words. What did this federal government do? This is a crime. They voided out the loan. They voided the loan out and ran off with the money. And then you trying to figure how was Israel established in these 50 nations and where your gold and silver went. Oh, you invested in them. And they stole everything from you. You invested in them big time. And what did they return? They didn't want to pay you back. So what did they have to do? They didn't want to pay you back. What did they have to do? They got to get you up out of there. You see? They got to get you out of there. They don't want to pay you back. Oh, that's when this dolls things was going. They didn't want to pay you back at all. Absolute genocide. Absolutely.
Net income was $100.
This is why this was done by them. Okay? Because of this. This was done by them. This is why your history is the way that is written. Because J.P. Morgan, they all robbed you. This is how they became nations in the 1900s, by stealing everything, even you, even your soul. You know when they say you sold your soul? That's your straw man. So they're operating they got you operating as a straw man while they're in your sovereignty. They're taking the place of white holy people while they genocided you. When white means holy. You know, this is like God's people. Okay? So let's keep going.
A year or over, or its gross income $600 a year or more, if the beneficiary is a non-resident alien. Footnote 39. Please go down to footnote 39, letter C. Do you see on the side there where I have written? This was valid in 1910.
In what year? 1910. Press 1. 1910. Let's go.
Any fiduciary required to make a return under this chapter shall be subject to all the provisions of law which apply to individuals. What law applied to individuals in 1910 with the duty to make a return? When was the 16th so-called?
Look at the Federal Reserve Act passed in 1913. Look at this.
Amendment passed.
1913? No, 1914 wasn't it?
It was after 1910.
Ah. No, you're right. So it was 1913. Yeah.
Well, it never was ratified, but supposedly 19.
Well, even if it was or if it wasn't, here we're discussing that individuals are supposed to have made a return prior to the supposed enactment.
Told you. I told you. I told you.
Of an individual income tax return.
Corporations.
This was for trusts. What they did was they created the laws that were going to apply to us before they applied it to us.
That means prior. They know this. They know this.
And they applied it to...
How did this happen in 1913? I thought y'all was white people. Now, wait a minute. Yes, they pre-planned this. What she's talking about is a premeditated crime.
The trusts that were in existence, they attacked the existing trust at that time
Look, which
in
was
order
yours.
to break them down so that it could eventually come around and be applied to us.
Told you, in order to break them down, in order that it can be applied. So what's the breaking down? When you destroy and cause dams and floods all over the place, that's breaking them down, bro. Fucking up their food sources, making them, throwing them in a perilous state because you're dealing with law. You're trying to get them lost in law.
Prior to the supposed enactment
Listen,
of an individual income tax return.
Corporations.
This was for trusts. What they did was they created the laws that were going to apply to us before they applied it to us, and they applied it to the trusts that were in existence. They attacked the existing trust at that time in order to break them down so that it could eventually come around and be applied to us under what they've already established.
I told you.
Ah, the plot.
So all God wants you to do is be able to understand why we in this position and get back to Him. This is the crafty counsel Scripture talk about. That was prophesied in Scripture. You know why it's prophesied in Scripture? Because God knows how banks work and what needs for them to stay alive. It's not an allegory beast system of 7 heads. That's the church. That's the Catholic Church the Bible is talking about. That's what it's talking about. The Catholic Church. And how that's not allowed to own anything. But then again, every international foreigner knows they became citizens through the church. So what a predicament we have here.
Thickens. Yes. We go on. Okay, returns. If the return is made on the basis of the calendar year, it must be made by April 15th. The laws were already established before they created them
I told you.
toward us. Wasn't that generous of them?
Yes, it was, generous. Steve?
Here down here it says, if he makes oath that he has sufficient knowledge to the affairs of the trust to enable him to make the return, and that the return is correct to the best of his knowledge and belief. Here we have your statement of perjury. Now, trusts were attacked
Your trust.
in court openly, from what I gather, from about 1893 to about 1925.
Bingo. 1898 was the overthrow of Wilmington. Press 1. 1898 was the over. So where's these Indians, bro? Y'all tell me, bro. Bro, 1898 was bro. Listen, bro, they went on a whole country, nigga, in the 1900s, destroying black towns and governorships all over the place, bro. I'm trying to tell you, G. It wasn't just where they be trying to say Tulsa, Oklahoma. It was all over the nation. The whole nation is black. The whole nation is of you. Damn, bro. It just trips me out that she can say it like this. When people try to make me out to be like I'm storytelling. You get me? When it's these individuals. You know? It's these individuals who's been able to tell wonderful stories in cosplay. Go ahead.
Even further on. They were attacked in order to destroy the integrity of our trust.
Look.
To chip away at the building blocks, the
Told you.
foundation of this country.
So if the Masons do what? Do they build? No, they're chipping away blocks. They're not building. No, they're chipping away blocks at the fabric, laws, and what governs this whole nation. They've been chiseling ever since. Talking about stone workers. They're stone chiselers. Press 1, that's what they are. They're stone chiselers dismantling this nation and the trust.
To get through to this. Now, on page 164, I don't know if any of you have ever received letters from the Internal Revenue Service or the Social Security Department saying that something about a right to receive. If you probably would skim right over it, okay? Everything's all about a right to receive. When they use the words right to receive, there is a trust involved. And on 164, there's a little line there is talking about the beneficiary has a right to receive. And so does page 165. If you ever see that wording in a letter that you receive, they just informed you of a trust. They just informed you. They didn't use the word, but they just informed you. That's how they inform you deviously, okay? Under the table, underhand. Now, according to Bogert, on page 216, it starts, there was a case.
My goodness, you guys. She knows it's illegal under the table. You don't have to tell me it's from a trust. Just tell me about the benefit package that I get unexpectedly every month or every year. You get what I'm saying? A person who goes to jail ain't thinking about a trust, but a trust is there.
In 1925, Frick v. Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and says in the decision in Frick v. Pennsylvania, it put an end to all this and placed property taxes and inheritance taxes on essentially the same basis, so far as the power to tax with reference to chattels were concerned. Now, I've read this court case, and I can't find it, but I believe truly that this man knows exactly what he talks about, and that inheritance taxes and property taxes were placed on the same basis and same level. Like I said, I've read the case.
Crazy.
And I keep scratching my head going, now, how did they figure that one out? Obviously, it's got to be in there somehow and somewhere.
Probably the wording. Some wording.
Oh, I'm pretty good at figuring out wording. But have you read it? You haven't read it? I've read it. And I take this man's word for it, because this gentleman or these gentlemen knew a tremendous amount, and they gave a tremendous amount of information on trust, and they evidently saw it. I believe it's there. I just haven't figured out exactly how it's worded in the Frick case to have property taxes and inheritance taxes placed on the same, essentially on the same.
Somebody said that's where they drowned over 200 black towns. Press 1. See, that's where you were taken over by the sea. See, once they drowned you out, they was able to place the lands in control of maritime law. Press 1, and that's the federal government, and they were able to seize the land long as the water stayed over the land. So you got a lot of black lake of towns that are under, maybe 200-300 of them all over the United States. Underwater, because the federal government flooded them out and wanted you dead. Press 1 so they can live and have power of the maritime, of the water, over the land by flooding it out. Press 1. You see, they flood them out. And then once the water, that's how they was able, in my opinion, to sell, let's say, the Louisiana Purchase that made its way all the way. It just wasn't Louisiana. It was all of middle America. And I call that manifest destiny, because it just so happened to be readily available for them to come over and steal. So everything just doesn't happen. It was an orchestrated event. Adolf Hitler owned dams here in America in the 1900s. There were German POW camps ran by Germany here in the Americas. And you refuse to tell me about my black genocide? By the American Red Cross, the Knevny-Knist? Press 1, get out of here. How you gonna tell me about somebody else's Holocaust when you need to be telling me about what they did to us? Them too. I don't know how many Jews was with the Germans and Russians. I don't know, but they was with them. And what had happened to us, the Jews helped these people overthrow us. I don't care about no Holocaust. Our people denying their Holocaust. What they need to stop doing is denying ours.
Same basis. Okay, so now here we have the income tax and the presumably the inheritance tax going like this. We're now on the same basis. So this is how they brought all the trust stuff into our supposed income tax.
Oh,
Okay.
somebody said burning or flood. Yes. They burned up every black, the Chicago fires, all that. Then they had the early earthquakes in California. They love to bring up the earthquakes that destroyed everything in California and caused the flood there as well. Press one, you notice it was always some big old catastrophe and fire or fucking brimstone flood that wiped out the Victorians and all of the but when you think about mud floods and all of this and a civilization and the reset, these white people saying, who was here before we came here? Wow, they had streets and because you don't know history, you get caught up in Tartaria. You get caught up in all of these great fairy tales of Satan and their children and not the truth about what they did to you. If you don't know who you are, you won't know that a genocide of eugenics happened by terrorism acts happened here in America. They said all nuclear, all type of events happen here in the Americas, and because you don't know, you asleep when they was bombing. But one, you sleep right now. You don't know that they was bombing raids all over the Americas. Japanese, all of these people was right here with them. What you think Pearl Harbor was? You don't think California was attacked neither? Yeah, you got another thing coming. Press one. I said there was Operation PX. Press one where they said the Japanese wanted to bomb Washington State, Oregon up there. Press one, and you know that's a big ice cap up there. So bombing that'll cause a huge dam flood and all that. All that goes all the way. They're gonna tell me California was an island, and the woman ran. California was an old Indian black lady. When you don't know history, you will believe stuff like that. You won't even know how the island got there and how it became flooded if you don't know who you are. You see what I'm saying? Press one. When you go to Santa Monica, all along the coastline, all you see is cannons. Press one. You ever been in Santa Monica Pier? Nope. Go to Santa Monica. Go to Venice Beach. All you see is a barrage of cannons. All you see is barrages everywhere, bro. And it got me. I'll be thinking like, what the fuck? What does the cannons have to do? But in reality, now I know it was to fight off all the Easterners, the Russians, all these people. Boom, G.
Do we get it? The couple paragraphs down, as will be shown later, the estates of aliens and non-resident citizens are to some extent subject to the federal estate tax. Some extent. We're still on the same page, 217. Okay, the last paragraph. The estates of aliens and non-resident citizens are to some extent subject to the federal estate tax. Now, what if you were a non-resident alien in this country? You know, a lot of people are attempting to use the non-resident alien argument. And, you know, are you really a non-resident alien? Are you, what the heck are we? Are we really sovereign citizens?
Wow.
Are we heirs, I'm an heir. But a lot of people are using the non-resident alien argument, and it may or may not be
it's like sovereign citizen.
Exactly what they think it is, because I have found different wording or a different way of writing or saying non-resident alien. And I don't think it means non-resident alien, but then I may be wrong. We'll be reading that shortly. I'll let you determine exactly what it means. News at 11. Gift tax, page 306. The federal gift tax was incorporated into the Revenue Act of 1924, but was eliminated in the revision of 1926. For 6 years, there was no such federal tax. But in 1932, this feature of the tax statute was reinstated. And it is to be found in the present statute in detail and elaborate form. having been amended from time to time between 1932 and 1951. Well, my gosh, they took it out for 6 years from 1924 to 1932. This must be important. Okay, the gift tax stuff. Why would they have taken the gift tax stuff out for 6 years and then put it back in around about the time the Social Security Act came in?
Because they were, oh my goodness. This is crazy. They was already cooping the nation right up under their nose.
Does that seem to make a question arise in your mind? Gift tax taken out for 6 years? If it's an estate, if this is an estate and the 14th Amendment...
Remember, the 7th year, after the 7th year, what? With the birth certificate, with the stillborn. So they gotta claim you. In that process, you're pretty much just floating in peril. You're in the water. You see? You're just floating. You're in the water, like the womb. And after the 6th year, press 1, there it is. So they needed to keep you in that perilous state legally for this whole process to illegally be done to you in a crazy way, G.
Creates an estate. What is the income tax? Down at the bottom, let's see. The statute applies to gifts of property of all kinds, whether the gift is by trust or...
Thank you. Abandoned at sea. So what they did was they claimed you. Press 1, they probably had a war going on. They claimed you after 6 years. Lost at sea. They just claimed you. They presumed you dead. Or you look at it. Damn. It was a presumption of death. It's the presumption of death because you're lost at sea. So even if you're not, it's the presumption of death because you're still lost at sea.
Otherwise, and is direct or indirect. If the transfer is a citizen or resident alien, the act applies to transfers of any of his property. But if he is a non-resident alien, it governs only as to property situated within the United States.
Hold up. This is the whole reasoning. Shout out to Taj. This basis is the whole reasoning behind the SESQV trust, the 1666. We all know the number of a man, and that's the 666. See, the man is dead. That's the straw man. Oh my goodness.
Not like this. Not like this.
There it is, dude. There it is, bro. It's the number of a man, bro. Let he who has wisdom, bro. And what's the number? What does it say about the number of that man? What does it say? Let him that has understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And this is Revelation 13 and 18. We're going to get into the context of that. Wow. Wow. That's a whole different. That's a dead man. That's the Undertaker. And like my brother Taj said, that's what the SESQV needed to come alive. So you're trapped in death, in the straw man position. You're trapped by death itself. Let's keep going. And death itself is a man, a soulless man. Press 1, a beast, a no moral, nothing. Oh my goodness. Let's go back to it.
Bells go off? A bell go off?
Mortimer,
Any bell
there
go
you
off?
go. Mortimer. There you go. Like Mickey Mouse. Like Mickey Mouse uncle. Mortimer.
Try to be dinging.
A little ding, just a little ding? Did you catch a little word such as the words situated within the United States? Ever hear that before? The tax is not imposed on the recipient of the property by the donee. On the contrary, the tax is primary and personal. Liability of the donor is an excise upon his act of making the transfer, is measured by the value of the property passing from the donor. Any more bells go off? Definition of charitable trust. Now we're going to go into charitable trusts, folks. Okay, we just touched upon taxation as found under trusts. Okay, and it's bringing out little bells and little catch things, that keep getting your attention.
Look, it also
like,
says the number 666 is common with the fall of humanity. Let me go back. Let me go to the West, to this theology. One of here's this is one of the most debated verses in the entire book of Revelations because of the widespread disagreement over the identification and meaning of the number 666. This is the SNEKO trust. This is the false. This is the anti-God. This is the Antichrist. This is the SNEKO trust. In God we trust. SNEKO, law of the sea. Serapis, the god of the sea. Maritime law, the American flag, the Serapis flag, 50 nations, the Catholic Church, the 50 nations that conspired against thee, the nation that was brought from afar, who sold you into captivity, bondage, debt bondage, that the Most High God of this nation said that he will not send you again because you would not do what? Adhere to the law. Do you begin to serve sin? Sin. Jeez, man. Sin, G. Death. Mortimer. Stand in your ignorance, your dead self. Not coming to the new birth like God and Jesus told you, like that's all legal. That's why that's why we're baptized. A new birth to take us away from our old birth, born into what? Sin. Into the system of sin. You got it? How do you get out of the system to where the system of sin have no jurisdiction? You must be born again through Christ. Press 1. See? Now I'm like, I'm on another level. See how that goes? See? So the Spirit of truth is the comforter who comes to redeem and awaken those who are dead in Christ. See? But they also died in sin. But through Christ, they may live again. You see? They died in sin. Christ is the sacrifice. That's deep. That's deep, y'all. This, you looking at the orchestration. I may be proven, not maybe, that this is the devil's work to bring down God's people and take it from an allegorical, cartoonish imagination and make it real. You see? It comes with history, scripture, and God work. That's what it comes with. Now, without God, we wouldn't be able to understand this. Man, I'm supposed to be listening to rap music right now. Press what? But we talking with sense. We able to understand. Wait a minute. They stole our trust like this? Is that deep? But it's not that deep. It's not 5 AD and BC and all of this stuff. It just happened to you. So when they say they ain't going to be able, when Officer Tatum says they're not going to be able to see who deserve reparations, that they're upset because they actually can. This nation doesn't operate on the thought process of Officer Tatum. Press one. It's his freedom to have any. It's just like my freedom to pull up on him in the SS 500 Benz or some shit. And press one with no tents. It's in them. They supposed to do that. You know, because he's not a part of this. He would deny himself to fit in with another nation. You see, to wear Prada shoes and be on stage for another nation. He wouldn't do that for his own people. He don't know how to relate to. These people don't know how to relate to the average man and woman. Press one. They just run in their mouth.
What was that, you know? Did you see that shadow flick by? Was it something truly there? Okay, we want to find out if these little shadows flicking by us are in our imagination or if they actually exist.
Can't wait to see when it says voluntary compliance.
Oh, it's voluntary.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, it's voluntary. You volunteer to take under the will.
Look, this is how she laughed. Look how she volunteered to take under the wheel. You can't volunteer to take under the wheel that's not written. See, it's not for you. You see, you don't have to volunteer to take over a wheel and take under a wheel when you're in it, when you're in the wheel. You don't have to volunteer to take over a wheel when you're in it. You don't know when they say God's will be done? That's his word. That's his law. These are the prophecies of Scripture. So they're writing themselves in a will that's not in a faith, causing it a religion that's not for them. For Scripture is a living will and testament, like I taught in my classroom. It is a real will that was written. Press one, and you are the beneficiary when you come into law of this real will that everybody else in the world is taking part of but you. It's real to them when they're ready to be white and need $100,000 per citizen from Ukraine to get here. It becomes real then. Press one, but it's not real to you. It's an allegory to you. The law is real to all foreigners who not in America. God is real when they get that call. They say, yep, we got a name named Dante. You want to be a Dante Johnson? Come on. Your name is not Vladimir Gorbachev no more. You going to denounce that. Your new American name is Kevin Gillespie. Press one. That's your new name. So we got to think on a different spiritual level than the rest of the world. You feel me? At this level, the world cannot touch you thinking did like this. The world only touch you when you play with the world. Press one. To come out of the world is to fear the Lord. Press one. To understand law and wisdom is to have fear of what you just went through and what you will put your great-grandchildren through. That's fear. This is what we went through. God will make sure your civilization will go through this just to make you right in your brain. He ain't got no feelings towards discipline. You can cry. You may need your mama's shoulder to cry on, but God is good all the time. His judgment is righteous. You need your butt whipped. You need your butt whipped. Don't look at me. I used to hate when my sisters and brothers look at me when they got their ass whooped. They never wanted to look at me when I got mine whooped. Press one. And you ain't getting no sympathy here. And just because it sound good don't mean you in the blessing of it. Facts. Hit that like button and subscribe. 10 toes. Stop writing shit in my chat room. I'm going to put you and call it in. Press one. I'm not doing that no more. You niggas come over here and start typing stuff that ain't got nothing to do with nothing. 10 toes. If you don't know how to call in and talk this language, don't type nothing. Hit the like button. And who is this? The Doc Midnight? We don't do emojis. 3 emojis from a man. We do 3 law points. That's what we do. Okay? That's it, funny. That's cool. But listen, I ain't really want to see no emoji from no new students. Make sure you want to. You better be hanging out with D-Jack with them many emojis or something. DJ got to pass. Don't let these people. Let me tell y'all something. Don't let Marley and D-Jack get y'all. Press 1. It's better you sent to the dean office. They've been here, bro. They're solidified in AC. They got their name. They've been tagging their names on that same desk for 3 years. Trust me. Man, well, don't let them get you evicted up out of here. Press 1. Thinking that I'm laughing with them. They are alumni family.
You made that election with voluntarily.
See,
Now,
you made that election voluntarily. The whole voting practice was to separate you. You did that. That would put you under 13th and 14th. So let's keep going.
Trusts. Let's see. The preamble of the statute. We're on page 418 of Bogert's. The preamble of the statute of charitable uses gave illustrations of current charitable trust, but was not intended to set forth an exhaustive list.
I ain't even gonna lie to you. This SQV trust and its social security number, press 1. This has really gotten to me. This is a different understanding. I understand that now. That's crazy, Taj.
List of trust. Going further on, showing the kinds of objects in which the 17th century were regarded as social benefit, but surely could not reasonably be considered as a measure of 20th century
Why? Because the Victorians was in the 17th.
social policies or purposes. Do you want to bet? Do you want to bet? Let's see. Oh, by the way, just to go off side, that the statute of uses, not charitable uses, I don't know about it, but the statute of uses in England was repealed in 1925. Great timing. Them and us.
Huh? Then they repealed and separated themselves in 1925. But wait, I thought y'all repealed and was away from Britain before 1975 when y'all fought the king for the freedom of the slaves. Remember? So how are y'all doubling back in the 1900s? Press 1, talking about separating from London. Huh? That's after Margaret Sanger and them genocided your ass. What do you mean? How you gonna separate from London in the 1900s? That don't make sense. Unless you white. That don't make sense. I thought y'all fought King George, remember? No. Y'all still fighting him in the what? Y'all separated? No. Y'all separated from King George, remember? Y'all told us when y'all did it, remember? And Christopher Columbus, remember? And then the Patriots. And then the white people said, we want to be free, and had a Boston Tea Party full of overthrowing ships and shit. Remember? You remember. Hit the like button and subscribe.
1925 was repealed. This is a statute of 43 Elizabeth C4, made in 1601. Okay, now this is a long time before the revolution in our country.
Oh.
The founding fathers were, fighting for...
Look, she don't even know how to say it no more. And then the founding fathers were fighting for... Founding fathers were fighting for who? The founding fathers were fighting King George for freedom? Are you kidding me? When King George freed the slaves in the 1600s, 120, 30 years before so-called Serapis Kingdom, America Incorporated, even thought about lying about freeing some damn slaves. In fact, the Serapis Kingdom, U.S., United States federal government in its corporate capacity, is an illegal... You see, you're able to talk to it specifically. You get it? You're able to talk to that shit specifically. Okay? And we don't need to be talking about rappers and dead niggas when we need to be talking to this dead person legally. With the same umph and style that y'all use to battle rap each other with, you need to be battle rapping this white lady sitting on the screen.
Founding fathers were fighting for the Magna Carta.
Look,
Now, the Magna Carta was
how the founding fathers was fighting for the Magna Carta, and the Magna Carta was given by the kings of Europe. That is, it's not making sense no more. The founding fathers separated from England, but fighting for the Magna Carta. That doesn't make sense. Why would you fight for the Magna Carta if the king is the Magna Carta? Press 1 if he is the Magna Carta. That doesn't, none that makes sense because you want to control the narrative. Just say you overthrew the king in the 1900s. Just say that. And you stole the beneficiaries' money, land, gold, silver, resources, and sold all of his resources to the bank. Well, let's say that.
written in 1215. Here they were fighting for the Magna Carta in 1775.
Oh, in 1775. The founding fathers is fighting for the Magna Carta, liar. You see? Are they fighting against the King of England? King of Great Britain? You see? You're out of lies once you got the scenario down. Wait a minute. You can't be fighting for the Magna Carta when you just fought the king. Silly? How you gonna fight the king for the Magna Carta, and that's the holy grail of Great Britain? Silly.
1774, 200 odd.
I told you. Then they don't want to tell American people that they usurped and stole from what you would call Jerusalem. Press 1. Your whole presence is a theft from God, from his people. Press 1. Columbus was 1776. Hell no. Columbus was 1492. 1776 is the American coup d'etat. Press 1. The American Revolution, in which they overthrew. Remember? Press 1. You remember.
Years. Okay. Here we are now 200 odd years again away, fighting for the same thing that they fought for 200 years ago, or wanting to fight. Not even pre-revolutionary war, if there's going to be one. Hopefully, it would be nice to have a civil understanding between the government and ourselves. But the jumps were, they did not forget the Magna Carta. And now I am not forgetting the Magna Carta, nor am I forgetting the estate in the preamble. So
the estate in the preamble
time comes down to just
don't have nothing to do with these people at all.
The argument just happened yesterday.
The Bill of Rights is like the 10 Commandments. Like I told y'all, Moses and the Bill of Rights is identical of what you should not do and all that. But I think it's 10 Bill of Rights. I think it's y'all crazy, bro.
As far as I'm concerned, with the founding fathers and the Magna Carta in 12.
The revolution, that's what's created on 4th of July. Yes, every 4th of July you have a picnic. What a picnic is a pick a nigga and burn them up. It's a Holocaust. You string them up, you burn them up. That's a picnic. So when you say a picnic, hold up, where the camera at? That's a ritual. Press 1. The picnic on 4th of July is the demolishing of black people in America. Press 1. It's a ritual that Nazis have been comfortable with. The barbecue that you eat, that's bone and ribs. Be quiet. No, they eat your ass, nigga. This is a mass motherfucking, this is a Kabbalist society. They're eating people, cannibals. They will barbecue you. Now listen to me. They'll destroy your nation and have a mass barbecue pit and eat you. This is why they don't want to tell you the truth. They worship Baal. They worship sacrifice, and they eat bodies and shit. That's what God is coming back for. That's what it's about. It wasn't just, see, the horrors of what happened, it wasn't just about Devil's Punch Bowl. These people murdered you and put your bodies on top of each other and burned you up in mass sacrifice Holocaust ritual. That's what caustics do. And your bones and all that. And that's what the 4th of July, the barbecue, it used to be called a pick-a-nick. Press 1 to pick a nigga. Press 1 to pick one. Man, and put him on a grill like a pig. Press 1. Hit that like button and subscribe. I'm trying to tell you so it don't hurt when they forced to tell you. Okay? This is what they did. That genocide sucks. Okay, it sucks when you gonna have to own up to that. You're gonna have to own up to the pick and nick sacrifice. Nobody talks about these things. That's why it's Serapis. That's why it's the demonic kingdom. That's why when it happened to them, these are the ones that was hanging on the trees. These are the ones. When they came over here in those clan uniforms that Taj told you already that come from Spain and the Catholic Church, when they was doing it, that was all at them. These are the people being hung and crucified on a tree. Press 1. These are the firstborns who was put in barbecue pits of hell. I'm telling you, this is what they did. And nobody gonna tell you the truth. They want you to worry about a Holocaust with people who owe you money. I'm not worried about no damn Holocaust with people who owe us money, Germany and France, and press 1 in Israel and all 50 nations. I ain't tripping about that. I'm tripping about our own Holocaust. That's what I care about. And how they were strung up on trees. You don't know what happened? They strung the Victorians up on trees. This Irish and stole their clothes too at the same time. Stole everything from their house. Drove the kids and shit out of town and ran up in their houses. Took all the books and Bibles with their names and ripped them up. And brought the guillotines out, slaughtered all the men. Press 1, burn up all the stores. Said, I'm the new sheriff in town. That's what they said. I'm the new, and there goes your sheriff right there hanging, right there. And all them black prominent blacks, they not welcome here. It's called Wilmington, 1898. And it ain't just Wilmington. It was all the whole nation. It was a federal takeover and slaughtering genocide on your forefathers. I don't give a damn what Candace Owens say. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn Trinidadian lady or no people from no island some damn where who helped destroy and hang these people. These are our forefathers who the federal government deputized and slaughtered illegally and took over all their possessions. That's why you owe reparations. Because 120 years ago, you was being hung up and chased around this nation and murdered by the so-called Polish, Irish, Greeks, all of these nations by way of the Red Cross. And you've been a criminal ever since the 13th and 14th Amendment put you there. And you've been asleep and dead ever since. Press 1. You've been asleep ever since and dead to the law. Press 1. Destruction with planes, trains, and automobiles. Yes, ma'am. And they cannon fire. Let me tell you something. They brought cannons because they was doing world fairs all over the place, especially Chicago. And they are bringing, you know how they be shooting cannons at the circus? They was bringing those in by trainway. Yeah, this military. That's why this is what I had a problem with. During these world fairs, all happened during the world wars and where they was all in the world supposedly fighting each other. But when I checked the world fairs, those people that's fighting each other over there where our boys is fighting, they all over here hugged up while fires and shit is going on and our people is being demolished. So you got a world war going on with our people. Then you got world fairs going on right here that's bombing us. Yep. It's called a ruse, nigga. Press 1. It's called a dummy mission, nigga. Y'all ever heard of World War I and World War II? Dummies, from tanks to airplanes to RC, they was using dummies to orchestrate a war to make y'all go to war. So a lot of them was really just remote control cars in the war because it's all theater. So they was doing all of this theater as propaganda to get you and your sons to line up to put them in bonds. Press 1, war bonds. Now, the war bonds was going to pay for the war. Press 1. You get it? That's crafty counsel. That's crafty counsel. Press 1. So while they playing on the internet, we setting people free. Hit that like button and subscribe every day, one person at a time.
15, everything was. The United States government does not have parens patriae. Do you get the idea of what Cypress means? Peace, he gave the states, the people of the estates, the prerogatives of the crown.
Hold up.
Where there is a gift for charity without a trust. That's the royal power.
Look at
Basically, what I'm trying to get at is when Congress applied the Cypress power to the Mormon Church.
Look, to the Mormon Church. To the Mormon Church. More Russians and Germans. Latter-day Saints. The saints. Remember? When the saints go, think hellfighters. So they named themselves saints, Latter-day Saints, Mormons. Press 1. And you know what they did with the Mormons, with the saints? They written you out of history. The Mormons did. That's why they call you a curse. See, the Mormons dictated history at that time. So they were the ones who were changed, that was in charge of the records. Press 1. And they changed. Now listen to her. Watch her. The Mormons did this big time.
or what appeared to be the Cypress power, they took
They
a
stole.
power that they didn't have,
Uh-huh.
the ability to change a trust.
They illegally falsified documents. Powers that they did not have is theft. Okay? The ability to change a trust. Okay? And make you the minor estate. That's all they've been doing.
Or create a trust. It applies to this, okay? The 14th Amendment was already in existence,
Look.
but they didn't have the power to create a trust.
Look.
So they snuck a little bit of it,
Look.
took it. The Cypress power. They didn't have the power. Only the states had it.
Only the estate.
So
only the people, only the heirs of the estate. Only the controllers of the estate had it. So what they did was they weaseled their way, like her face is saying, and stole it, okay, from noblemen, lawmen, genocided people, hung them. They stole it.
Well, let's see if we can sneak it through here, and
Look.
nobody will look. and
Nobody will
will notice. And
Look.
then we'll get some clear footing here and create the Federal Reserve Act, the trust funds, and Social Security
the Federal Reserve Act. That's the trust fund. Go ahead.
Act and whatever they were going to create in the future.
Look.
Because they're at least 20 years in advance knowing what they're going to do.
Look, to help you. Look, she's broke it down to you.
Change a trust.
Look.
Or create a trust. It applies to this, okay? The 14th Amendment was already in existence, but they didn't have the power to create a trust.
So what they do?
So they snuck a little bit of it,
Mm-hmm.
took it. The Cypress power. They didn't have the power. Only the states had it. So they, well, let's see if we can sneak it through here, and nobody will look, and nobody will notice. And
Look.
then we'll get some clear footing here and create the Federal Reserve Act, the
Look.
trust fund,
The trust fund.
and the Social Security Act, and whatever they were going to create.
And then flush your ass and genocide you right out your own beneficiary package. See, they're stealing the names. That's what they're doing. It's like the Hall of Records. They are putting themselves on the rolls.
Future, because they're at least 20 years in advance knowing what they're going to do. Okay, page 332, the doctrine of Cyprus is a doctrine of prerogative. This comes straight from the crown. When the king signed the Treaty of Peace, he gave the states, the people of the estates, the prerogatives of the crown. Of course, Congress did get some, but not all.
Told you. So the
Cyprus-
people of the estates got the crown. The people of the estate, the Congress is nothing in real law. To the people of the estate, these senators and Congress mean nothing. Okay? They're nothing at all. No jurisdiction at all. They mean nothing. So them on your television talking back and forth about what this is and you having some emotional rant about how they're destroying your country, the power has always been to the estate, or what you will call the state. So that's not even real according to a sovereign power, weirdo. That's just television and fucking presidents and shit. That's it. It's not real. They control nothing at the state level. So why you voting for this and voting for that and voting for this? You're voting in a federal system in a belief that, oh, this person is going to help me when laws are passed at a state level. I think you better understand estate law and things of this nature and get out of Disney's production.
Cyprus is enforced in some states. In the states where Cyprus is not enforced, the failure of a charitable trust gives rise to a resulting trust for the settler or his successors. So we're talking about the creation, the manifestation of a trust. And Congress On page 335, it shows you that 1890 was the Mormon Church incidents where the Supreme Court seems to have sanctioned the use by Congress of something like the prerogative cypress. Right there, they broke our trust. They created a second trust.
Look, they broke your trust right there. Write this down in your notebook. Right there is a crime. They broke our trust and created a second trust. You ever had a legal guardian over something, you just stole their money? No, they created another trust and started to fund the money through our money through their trust. That's a separate system. You see? Identical yet separate. This whole Social Security thing is a whole straw man beast creation in itself with real trust funds that they stole from you.
Or gave them the authority to do so. Okay, they took the authority illegally.
Told you.
By the cypress power.
By the
exerting
cypress
this-
power, because they did away with your lineage. They did, by the cypress power, they stole power and gave themselves the scepter. Press 1. And had you denounce your own freemen and sovereign status to take part in the 14th Amendment of citizen, and you were misfranchised. You were, oh my goodness, disenfranchised immediately.
Power that they'd never had. Now, do you get the idea of what cypress means?
Talk to them.
Okay, you won't get it all at first because cypress is like kind of scattered out there, and it's like.
That's all right. You ever heard of the crew called Cypress Hill and wonder why they call it that? That's Capitol Hill. That's false power. But you see, they got you in hip hop. They got you in a dream world, nigga. Press 1. You ever seen Cypress Hill? You don't know why would they name themselves Cypress Hill? That's like Capitol Hill. Okay. So they were given, they used cypress power to overthrow you. And now you're under the jurisdiction of Capitol Hill. Press 1. Senators and congressmen. And you've been cut off from superior courts and law. You get it? You're a product of the underworld, which is the sea. You're under the sea. Like Little Mermaid said.
A bee you're trying to grab a hold of. You kind of get it, but it's not really clear enough. And once you get that it's basically the power to change or create a trust, okay, then you're beginning to get it. But
So they begin to get it after they granted themselves power to alter, which is illegal, which they did not have the power to do. And because you don't know they were stealing from you or your forefathers, you're here today, and we're getting a better understanding of historical events and understanding our dilemma in history, not from critical race theory, but from critical sovereignty theory, damn it. Press 1.
they did not have that power. Okay?
That would be for charitable reasons.
For charitable purposes, they had no power. The king alone has the power, which is the people.
Who? The king alone has the power. The king alone has the power. Press 1. She keeps saying the people. Listen, the king alone and its heirs has the power. Press 1. But you traded in your king. So your sovereignty power. Remember the Jesus story in Barnabas? They got rid of the king and kept the murderer. That's what you did. That's what you did. You sacrificed your king for everybody else. That's what you did.
The sovereign heirs, okay? They alone had the people. The states had
I told you, the sovereign heirs. And it's not reparations. It's the reestablishment of the sovereign heirs back into power so we can distribute the funds to our people adequately. Not give $10 million to Tariq Nasheed in hopes that he build a FBA museum full of foreigners. No. Press 1. My bad. I had to.
That's why that welfare, state welfare, is the state's business. That's their parents' patriae.
See, they created welfare. You see, that's their parents' patriae. So you're a minor, you need help. Your men are like children. They need food stamp and a handout. We'll hand you out $200 a month. Thank you. And then we're going to say you taking over the system and there's too many of y'all on welfare when it's your welfare. Remember? This parent patriarchy. You're made to take care of us, sucker. Now give my $200 in my damn food stamps. Right? All right, but they did that to you. So now that you've taken under the 13th and 14th Amendment, now you get ration foods while they get privilege. You see? Now when you go back and watch the tapes, your people in raggedy beds eating canned food. Now they created a whole hit. This is where you come from. You was a slave eating this, and you can't take care of your kids. Look at this. Press 1. So they just switched it. They robbed you and then took a picture of you while you was in a terrible state and said to your great-grandchildren, y'all was from Africa. Ain't that scandalous? Now that's wrong. But when you got a nation full of dead people with dead leaders, who gonna challenge it?
Sovereign power. Okay, it's a charitable use, welfare, state welfare. Of course, it comes from the federal government, but they try to hide that. Moving right along. Oh my gosh, are we going to get through this? Are we? Okay. I feel like I'm rushing. Okay. We've hit trust. We've hit charitable trust. We're looking at the 14th Amendment as a charitable trust. Okay, or a trust, you having charitable attributes. Next, we have a few ditties on guardian and ward. 39 Amjor, 2D, section or page 159. My, what is this? A trust relationship between guardian and ward? Is a 14th Amendment citizen a ward?
What page is that? 159?
Yeah.
159, section 208. Okay, it has been said that in no relation except perhaps that of parent and child or husband and wife are the elements of confidence on one side and active good faith on the other more essential than in the relation of guardian and ward.
Listen how that even applies to a husband and wife. Y'all, we got to wake up. I hope y'all don't find no malice in what I'll be saying the 1 minute and stuff. I'll be clowning. But the order of things need to be... You ever seen that movie Galaxy of the Guardians and all of this? This is what they're supposed to be doing. The galaxies, the Guardians of the Galaxies was being supposed to come and tell Mr. Gillespie, Sir, who are you? You know who you are? Yes. Right this way, Mr. Gillespie. We've been waiting on you. How are you, Mr. Johnson? How are you, Mrs. Samuel? They're supposed to be finding you when you're of age to let you know that your check, your status is awaiting your service. That's what they're supposed to do. You remember that movie with Eddie Murphy when he got his money and the first thing that right this way, sir? But that's how they're supposed to be. It was fun, and you ate good. It's our time now. You see what I'm saying? They broke up families and became the heads of household by way of food stamps and getting rid of the head of state. That's the head of household. For every man is the king of his domain, which is his house. So if you remove the king, you're only stuck with the queen, which is a false sense of reality, which is a matrix, a matriarch, where the state has to come in and take care of you, and you go to sleep. That's the matrix. Press 1. But a patriarch is not a matriarch. A matriarch is women control and feminist power and LGBTQ and godless. A patriarch is founded on the laws and principles of something greater than us. Press 1. A matriarch deals with the materialistic world and want me working so hard for an Xbox when it depreciates in value. A patriarch believes in God first, and that's our power. A video game, that's something that come and go. What's important is the structure and order of God, something bigger than you. You feel me? Not the worship of my woman to be like God. No. This is the law. It ain't a woman on this earth, I don't care what her feelings is like, does not override the law of God. Press 1, and with this nation. So I don't care about the material world, the same play. Yeah, y'all fine as heck. Yeah, but your fineness and your good looks does not supersede the law. For I will lose my heritage if I thought like that. That's why nothing is being handed down to black young boys and black young black families, mainly the young men, so they can carry on the lineage of their father. They don't get nothing. The boys, the men of today gets nothing has down to them. Press 1, nothing. Nothing. Why? Because the mothers, the matriarch system is in full control of that going back to the state. Press 1, facts. That's going on a Gucci purse. If there's anything left, press 1. It's not going back into the reestablishment of business and nothing, keeping your lineage, raising his son to take over his business and putting you being the benefactor of the trust until he is of age and you handling that, not the state. But you not to be trusted, woman, because you don't ran off and gave the crown to the goddamn Prince of England. Press 1. And that's we got to get back to the order of us, not their world, ours. That's the blessing. That's what the blessings of God do. But let's get back to the script. I'm just a messenger. Don't. I'm just a messenger.
The ward is frequently a minor and often so young as to be entirely dependent on his guardian. The guardian is sometimes the ward's father or mother, and if not, sustains a quasi-parental relation. The government itself is...
When you go to jail and you got the warden and they say, are you black and a minor? You say, yes. You are a child. They are your parent, and you are now state property because you are a criminal. And your mama said, you need men to be over you and the state. Meanwhile, she can collect food stamps on your behalf, and we're going to dig into your trust that you don't even know you got. So we're going to adopt you like Lex Vortex. We're going to adopt you after the age of 18. We're going to put you in this concentration camp called prison, and you're going to be a criminal. Facts. We're going to adopt you, Lex Vortex. We're going to take away your name and give you a number. This is the number of your name, Strawman. You see? The number of your name is on your wristband. Press 1, right off the QSIP number. That's on your wristband. You don't got no name no more. We using this right now. You know what your name is? 013624. And don't you forget it. Press 1. Don't you motherfucker forget that number. So I just, there it is. Deb, there's the trust, busted. Theodore was able to make you a criminal, therefore they was able to tap into your trust. You get it? You living out something so historically prophetic, it's almost, that's why when I went to jail and I got out, I was able to see those brothers for children, bro. And beg God for forgiveness for our brothers who I just had a great time with, of conversation and life. But it's deep. It's deep.
In a sense, the supreme guardian, whom the individual guardian represents in its solicitude for the welfare of the wards. Oh, what wards?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean there must be specific words? I doubt it. Guardianship, therefore, has been said to be a trust of the highest and most sacred character.
Oh, yeah.
Now, believe it or not, they are a guardian up here. Mm-hmm. It is a trust of the most sacred and highest character. They are also a guardian down here, guardian-ward relationship in the 14th Amendment area. Okay? Different effect and different rules and different principles. But they are still a guardian of our covenants and trusts and everything up here in the preamble of the highest character. This is parens patriae, okay? as you notice on the side. It defines actually parens patriae. Now, down at the bottom, you notice that the confidential relationship immediately arises between a person appointed guardian and his ward for the benefit of the ward upon the guardian's taking his oath, executing the required bond, entering on the discharge of his duties, and receiving as guardian property, money, or effects of his ward. These people have taken oaths. They have bonds.
Hold on. I had to run outside, but I'm so excited because she just told you they took all your property and you were the ward. You're the child. So they didn't seize your property. They're just holding it. Oh, forgive me. I had a good little run right now. But when I heard it, I'm like, whoa, she just said it. She just said they're stewards over your property. And you're the ward. You're the minor or minority. So they have to take care of you until you're competent. And so with the 94 crime bill, remember Joe Biden said, even if they are rehabilitated, or even if they appear to be competent, we don't know how they rehabilitated themselves. So they can never be competent. They can never be rehabilitated. So we have a means to stay tapped into their trust. You see that? Their only means is to maintain wardship over you. Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. By you being a criminal, you are enabling them to have full control over you. Listen to me. That's why they got you hating the law, by abusing their policies when it's not law. You don't like the policies of a corporate structure. You love law. I know you love law because I know how we feel when we all don't got warrants. We all can stay out. We like to talk shit to the police, but we ain't got warrants. I know we love to be upright. We talk shit when we upright. No, you can't tell me nothing. Press 1. I know this. I'm the freest I ever been. And I feel like telling more truths than I ever told. You feel me? So they got to keep us as criminals. So that was the importance of Mr. Gillespie. When I went to jail behind some shut-up shit, and the court looked at me like, whoa, we have no jurisdiction over you. Even though I did nothing. I didn't complete not one probation. I didn't turn in no money. Press 1. I didn't complete no classes. Press 1. I didn't do nothing. I just didn't go to the probation department. Fuck all that. Press 1. But what they said was, you rehabilitated yourself. Press 1. You ain't had no contact with no law enforcement. You just been, how the fuck did this even happen? So I'm telling you, don't be a criminal. That's what I'm telling you. So that way they don't have jurisdiction over you. You got to understand, my crime was against a soulless entity. It wasn't against anybody. So those are usually debts. And it takes 7 years before the debt can be connected, and then they've got to get rid of the debt. Press 1. So if the debt is void, so is the time. So is the charge. And the computer gonna say, oh, this is void. So the computer gonna also say, there's no jurisdiction. So how do you do that? You can't be a criminal. You have to give it back to him. His whole mindset, you got to give it back to him. Press 1. That's the cold thing about it. You got to give it back.
The whole fake, I'm a thug and criminal and this and that. All that is stopping you from being upright.
They have entered
And getting back to this, what's important as a nation, which is our nationality, our sovereignty, our God, our laws, our way of life.
upon the duties. They are guardians. It is a trust. And when we get right down to it, these oaths, the oath is where God lies.
Look, the oath is where God lies. Look. Now, why you think the Masons take an oath? What do you think the oath is? Because the oath is where God lies. What do you think the oath is? You have an oath. You will honor the oath. Press 1. You have a duty by God. Press 1. I told you. That G in the middle of that compass, this is what all this is about. This is what all this is about, y'all. Trust, estate laws, keeping you in a minor mindset, keeping you a criminal, making you remain black in law. That's what all this is about.
And the bond is what needs to be attacked.
That's right. Give back the dead man's bond. Hey, a dead man tells no tales, right? Press 1. What is that? What is that? ain't that Pirates of the Caribbean? A dead man tells no tales. Press 1.
Okay, next page, page 26. What they're discussing here are wards being infants or other incompetents.
Look,
The
this is the SESQV Trust. Wards being what? Incompetent are kids, minors. Let's go.
Heirs of the preamble estate are neither incompetents nor are they infants. They were sui juris and in their majority,
Meaning?
that they were of age 21 years old, they were citizens and therefore could vote.
That's right. They were emancipated.
14th Amendment citizen, on the other hand, is either or an infant or incompetent.
You see? A 14th Amendment citizen is an incompetent, a minor. Press 1. So, you hear the language.
That is what the 14th Amendment was created for.
Okay, so you walked right into it.
Infants or incompetents.
Infants and incompetent, meaning stillborns, people who are incompetent like Bungalow 54, Down syndrome, people who needed to be taken care of. Press 1. So they created you to be in need to be taken care of. That's why you in jail and on welfare. Now let's go.
Okay, continue on. Here we have things on infants and incompetence, protection and custody.
Look.
Now we get into the parens patriae, which is attached to Cypress.
Look.
The state, through its proper organs, exercises its power for the protection of infants.
Bam, through its proper organs. So it's talking about this like it's a whole man, ain't it? Huh? Like it's a man taking care of a baby. Press 1. Like it's a man taking care of a baby. Let's go.
Page 20. Since it, as parens patriae, is the guardian of the children within its...
What the fuck is a it? A beast. What the hell is a it? What's an it? Somebody tell me what an it is as a parent. Okay, this got to be a fucking monster.
Jurisdiction. The federal government, however, does not stand in the position of parens patriae with reference to the persons and property of infants, except in the territories and the District of Columbia.
Press 1. Only in the District of Columbia. Only in the District of Columbia is where this law even takes place. And the District of Columbia is not even a body of this place. That's an island sitting off the coast full of 50 nations people who are here to destroy common law and Supreme Court law. Supreme law, period.
The United States government does not have parens patriae power. The states have parens
The state.
patriae.
See, they put their operatives over the state. You see that? The feds have no parent patriae. Who does? The state. Okay. So we're operating out of the federal and the state. Yeah. And see, they got you in a legal bind. The state. You remember Jay-Z, state property? Huh? You remember that? Remember that clothing line? Remember Jay-Z wants to give you ankle monitors invested in private prisoner? Press 1. Come on now.
Oh, except in the District of Columbia and the territories. At this point now, yes, it is the states as defined under the Buck Act. Okay. But the states as defined under the Buck Act, which is found in Title IV. Okay. Once they statutorily define something, they change it. For example, employment has been statutorily defined under the Social Security Act. It is no longer the employment that we know it as here. Okay, it is owned, possessed, or ceded to.
Okay. So that should let you know there was 2 different types of employment. There was what y'all was saying, slaves, into this one.
Once something is statutorily defined, the United States now owns it, or it has been ceded to it, is now fall within the corporate mort main capacity. Boy, they've really shredded this country apart, haven't they?
Ye old shredder.
This poor woman here looks like she's about ready to cry, or like, oh no, I didn't know all this. It gets overwhelming. You know, what they've done looks overwhelming, and we really must try to we know what they've done. Now we know really what they've done. You know, we're down to the nitty-gritty here. Again, on page 21, they bring into the discussion parens patriae. The state as parens patriae is authorized to legislate for the protection of care of for the.
Now when they say it's the state, it's really a state. The governor is really the controller of the state. So he's handling each one of y'all governors is the president over this state. And I bet you there's a specific family, maybe multiples, who estate each of these states belong to. I bet you the estate of California is probably the estate of Arizona, Vegas. That whole thing will be one estate. I bet you that one big chunk, it ain't even 50 states. It's probably like 12, okay? It's probably like 12 governing bodies of nobility walking around the streets of Democrat cities, poor and broke right now. Don't even know that their heirs or the governor is controlling their estate. This is why you are state property. You're the governor's kid. The governor is the head of state. And your baby mama, your child, and your wife, your girlfriend is his wife. He's the head of that estate. When your husband, we'll get to it.
Care of children under its jurisdiction. Now, when we're talking about infants, okay, we're also bringing in the incompetent people, okay, because they all fall in the same hat.
They all fall, the incompetent, retarded, people who can't speak. Remember, Agent Smith said, what good is the law if you can't speak? He's speaking because he knew Neo was incompetent. So Neo cannot speak. That's why it showed his mouth being hog-tied that way. Hey, come here. What good is the law? What good is a phone call if you can't even speak? Press 1. Neo didn't have no idea. But I'm telling you, the movie The Matrix is about a brother like myself, not a white man. It's about a brother finding out exactly what we're finding out now. That's what The Matrix is about. And each one of us are in our own cubicle cell, unaware, being entertained, and then Neo in the Matrix is freeing people. That's what this shit is about. But it's a black man, and not a white man flying around. It's a brother realizing his whole life was about him being enslaved and turning his enslavement into a battery that operates the whole dead system. But we'll get to it. Damn, Kev is bright.
Okay,
And here you is thinking you finna get out the system. No, bro. Neo awakens in the system and has to get everybody else aware of what's going on.
and incompetence fall in the same hat. So this applies to them. Now, when you're an infant,
Y'all know infant, baby this, baby boy, these gang names, infant tiny smoke, infant do-rag. That's because you're putting yourself in a minor. This is what Nipsey was trying to say, bro. You're putting yourself under them. You're putting yourself as a child, bro. This is what they got over on Nip about, bro. Well, if you notice, they have no power. You're a grown man, bro. You a grown man, bro. Don't nobody have power inside. Not your big homies, not some dude at your job. Nobody has power over your decision-making capabilities. And stand on that. If you a man, you feel me? Then be a man.
let's see, the jurisdiction.
There's
of
not
equity
one
over-
gangbanger who can be a man because he has to go through his big homies and they got to play around like children. Use baby's kids. That mean you under the state's control and you to wipe your nose full of boogers. Press, what is it?
Persons of property originated in the it originated in the prerogative of the Crown of England, okay, arising from its general duty as parens patriae to protect persons who have no other rightful protector. Oh, God, I don't know if I have another rightful protector. This goes into heavily what parens patriae is. Now, on the next page, on page 66 in section 65, you will see something that says liability for necessaries. This is a principle applied to the Social Security Act and your income tax and et cetera, et cetera. It is well established that an infant is liable for the value of necessaries furnished to him. If you're an infant or an incompetent, you're liable for the necessaries furnished to you. An infant's liability for necessaries is based not upon his actual contract to pay for them, but upon a contract implied by law. Have all you people been asking for the contract? You know, where's the contract that I signed that said I have to do this? It's right here. Because it is presumed that you are being supplied the necessaries of life to take care of an infant or an incompetent. Or in other words, a quasi-contract. Thus, an infant is liable for the value of necessaries if they are furnished to him under such circumstances that a promise to pay for them can be inferred. And he is likewise liable for necessaries furnished to supply his urgent need, even though he is too young to understand the contract for such necessaries. Next page, 67. The rule that an infant is liable for necessaries furnished to him was incorporated into Section 2 of the Uniform Sales Act, which provided that where necessaries are sold and delivered to an infant, he must pay a reasonable price for, although the comparable provision in the Uniform Commercial Code, while the UCC comes up, simply provide in part that unless displaced by the particular provisions of such code, the principles of law and equity and the law relating to capacity contract, etc., 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 he's bound by his contract. Right here is where you get the contract that the Social Security is upholding against you because you're an incompetent or an infant obtaining its necessaries. You will also find that in the next one under incompetent persons. An incompetent may become liable by way of contract implied in law for necessaries provided to his dependents or to himself. Next page, what are necessaries? The determination of what articles furnish an insane person, oh my gracious, are necessaries depends not merely on their nature, but also on whether they are proper and suitable according to the circumstances and his condition of life. The term is not restricted to articles that are basically essential to existence, but includes all articles and services proper for the normal maintenance of the incompetent. The wants or needs of an insane or other incompetent person, which are personal to body and mind, are necessaries. Here you have all the necessaries in life being provided to you by the Social Security Department in a social welfare state. Do you see it? Do you see the necessaries being that everything now can be construed as a necessary being provided to you as an incompetent person? Under this estate, are the building blocks building up from this coming down? We also mention how a trust is terminated. There's no one inflexible mode for termination of the trust. We are all terminating this trust. When you apply for that Social Security number, you terminate this trust. You repudiate it. When you send in that 1040 every year, you repudiate the Constitution itself. That driver's license, everything the laws have been set up to do, force you to repudiate the trust. Now on page 388, we're going to go into spendthrift trust and similar protective trust. Now, the Federal Reserve Act, I tried to find the tape, somebody way back when the Federal Reserve Act was passed, some prominent person said that this creates the largest trust ever known on the face of this world, or earth, or something to that effect, and I couldn't find the tape as to who said it. Oh, it was you. It was in your tape then.
Probably.
'Cause it was,
Yeah.
okay, that creates the trust. Okay, the 14th Amendment per se did not. It created a life estate which diminished this estate. Now, in my perception, the Federal Reserve Act, in conjunction with the Social Security Act, diminished the estate one more time. And I perceive it a possibility to be a lesser estate and one that is not a freehold estate. Even the 14th Amendment is a freehold estate, but it is a life estate. Okay? So now the estates are becoming diminished and more restriction is being placed on us, and we're going back into feudal times and servitudes and serfdoms and slaveries as the estate is being diminished, because that is the only way it can go. It is going in that direction. It already has. And we're going to get into the spendthrift trust here because the 14th Amendment, the Federal Reserve Act under the 14th Amendment created a spendthrift trust for incompetents and infants who were wards. Okay?
It clearly says, this is how your republic became a democracy. So you did have a republic, but it became a democracy by way of banking, corporate banking. Press one. And when you began to keep your money in their banks, oh yeah, it was hard for you to find your money. Press one. It was hard for a nigga to find his money fucking with them. But again, it was all a part of the theft. 1 second, caller. Let me bring you on the air and connect my device really quickly here. It's been a great, great day of information, and I'm going to continue on with the part 4 of, of this film. I got the hiccups. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up? Are you there? Oh, well. Hit that like button and subscribe. Call back. Maybe it was me. Maybe it was me. Let me find this part 4 of this film here. What a great perception on these videos. Okay, I got it. I got that. Put that here and get that started immediately. Let me get that started immediately. Let me wait for this. Oh shit. I apologize. I apologize to my caller. I had it on mute. If you would like to call back, 424-209-9506. We're jumping into the last part of this. It's going to be talking about Ellis Island and all of this great stuff that we be talking about during the show. But I'm here. Any question, anything that you notice, I'm here. 424-209-9506. Area code is 424-209-9506. There are over 230 people in this live chat room, in this study hall. Hit that like button if you can, please. Thank you. Hit that like button and subscribe. Lord have mercy. And all of it can be stemming from these individuals and the Freedmen banks at the time. There was a lot of seizures going on, a lot of banks being seized, a lot of people names being seized, a lot of their property and names and titles and all of that. Hey, we can have a conversation about it. Kev Rowe at night, you on the air. What up?
Hey, Kev, it's Taj again, man.
What up, Taj? Talk to me, King.
Cool, man. All right. So I got a question. And I'm tying this back into the Bible, because the more I'm hearing this and the more I'm reading, it's like, all right. So when Jesus when he told Peter in Matthew that he was going to give him the keys to the kingdom, and relating that back to the time, like, Kev, I'm starting to see this thing, man. I'm starting to see it, bro. I'm you know, that's why you laugh. You know what I'm talking. I'm seeing it now,
Go
bro.
ahead, King. Tell me what you see, man. Tell me what you see.
All right. So what I'm seeing is the heir gave the keys to the kingdom to the church or the bank.
Go ahead.
And that's
the
where
church is the bank.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So, all right. So, and this, all right, I'm waiting, man. So it's like when they talk about the bridegroom when they talking about the bridegroom, and we talking about a state. So if there was a next in line to be the heir, how can I word this?
Take your time.
So the way that they, in my head, that I'm seeing that they got control was to get the parents patriae, meaning the parental rights. They got custodial rights.
Go ahead.
Through the heir passing on and then they got rid of, like, they had somebody, and I'm tying it back to that conversation you was having like last week, and you were like the Satan seed type of deal.
Go ahead.
It was almost.
Remember, don't forget the trains. You remember?
You said
yeah, the orphan
the
trains.
orphan train.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
All right, Kev. All right. Man, allow me to digress a little bit.
Go
man.
ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
All right. So it's like, man, I don't mean to personalize it, but that's the only way I could do it. It's like my family, like, it's different spellings of my last name, and right around this time when all of this stuff was happening,
yeah,
it's like my grandfather, he got a different last name by one letter than his father. And the last name of my man, it is weird because it is this weird story that's in my family. But is that another way that they could have, like, took the name and then made it harder for the heir to be able to find
by
like,
misspelling it?
to be able to find? Yeah.
Of course.
That makes a lot of sense now. That makes a lot of sense because it's a German dude, man, out in Germany. He like a 60-something-year-old man. His name's Taj Payton, bro. And like I'm really trying to figure out how like, pardon me for digressing, bro, but that makes a lot.
What do you
Earlier stuff like that.
Talk to the people.
All right, the bridegroom. All right. So the bride being the church, it was supposed to be the people of the land, but it ended up being taken over by the Catholic Church when they came over and they gave all of these Boy Scouts or the orphans and stuff the names of the people after they brought them through the Dawes rolls. Am I correct? Like I believe them.
But let's go back. Remember they was holding the son hostage. See, the son was dying of a sickness. Could have been corona, could have been this one and that one. And the church was the nurses. And they got this and they got that and equipment, whatever. Like that movie, The Kinsman, when the Romanov gained control and he had his son. Remember his son, King George's son, was very sick. And the church promised to heal him with the handing over, I guess, of his ancestor, had the blessing or whatever it was. You feel me? So I just see that as gaining control over their assets, kind of like how you explained it. And kind of like what this SQV thing was doing. This is a conniving way for the Orthodox Romanov to dance his way to submission, like coronavirus or what was that Spanish flu back in the early 1900s?
Yeah, yellow fever, Spanish flu, and all of that. Yes,
which enabled the Red Cross to do
what?
What the Red Cross did? What they came and set up internment camps.
They came and gave aid, and they put everybody in, and they got everybody out of the places, and at the same time they gave them like that might even give them a reason.
This is just a hypothetical, but this is a known thing. If there's a lot of floods and a lot of water going on at this time, would mosquitoes be a huge threat and a huge propaganda thing to scare a lot of people into vaccine?
Definitely.
All right, then, let's go, champion. So what is this bridegroom you talking about? What is this bridegroom you talking about? Let's talk.
It's more of a question. I like the thought. I've been playing with it. It's just been bouncing around in my head. But it's like that would be like once the heir passed. If I'm not mistaken, that would be the one that would be able to get the custodial power over until the next heir becomes of age. And I'm missing something because I know early in like Levitical law, back in when they were doing the Levitical law, like the brother would marry the widow. So the bridegroom is the Christ. Oh, I'm talking about the bride in the place of the bridegroom.
What you're
That's hard me
saying
for
is
saying it like that.
the Christ will hold that position. Is that what you're saying? Is that what your mind
The
is?
Christ will hold that position.
Of
Yes,
what?
yes.
The
That is
groom
the Christ.
of the widowed wife, which would be all the black
Right.
men, which would be all the dead black men.
Right.
So is that why George
Right.
Washington is in heaven with all the women around him with the law in his hand?
Mm.
Because,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
a huge probability. That sounds about right.
Yeah. All right. All right.
He
All
would
right.
be
Let me fall
more
back.
like a
Let me
ladies
fall
man.
back there.
Remember Tupac said, "You get the ladies and the men gonna follow." You feel me?
Trust you say.
That's a war strategy.
Trust you say.
You see, that's a
Trust
war
you
strategy
say, bro.
from the great people, from the greats. But yeah, I see you in a minute, champion.
Yeah.
My
Peace.
man. He's on a mental ride right there with that. Is it about the reclaiming of that where we're all dead and women's husbands are all dead? Would he hold that? Probably. Your husband is dead in law. Now look at Amanda. Now look, your husband is black. Your husband is black. He's dead in law. That's a manager, but your husband is black. He's incompetent and he's dead in law. So will Christ come back to teach women the word of God and turn the daughters' hearts back to the mothers and the sons back into press one? Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. Talk to me.
Hey, Professor. I have a documentation that may be able to help you.
You have documentation. What's your name anyway, and where you calling from?
My name is Angelina. I'm calling from Ohio.
Okay, Ohio's in the building. What up? What's documentation do you got? What you talking about?
Okay. I have found a website that is an index to online and offline Bible records. This site provides an index of pre-1830 Bible records.
All right, stop right there. Don't name the website. Just send it to me, but keep talking.
I won't. Well, that's all I have. I just wanted to pop in real quick and pop out.
Are you enjoying? Are you enjoying the show?
Of course.
All right.
All the time.
That's what matters to me, that the sisters are understanding and able to feed that back. Thank you for that. Send me that info.
Website. I mean, your email address.
Okay. KevGill17@gmail.com.
Okay, I'm about to send it to you right now.
Please do.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am. See, I love that type of stuff. See? Teamwork make the dream work. Ohio is in the building. Ohio, stand up. Y'all in the building. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Jezebel in rehab.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Jezebel in rehab.
Yeah. I'm in rehab.
Go ahead.
But listen, I've been all over the place probably the last 6 months.
Go ahead.
And I catch it when I can. If you had to develop if you had to develop 5 of your shows to catch me up to this teaching here, what would they be? Say 5 CDs or 5. I'm saying I'm hoping you make CDs on these talks that you're
No,
giving,
I
because
I don't
these
make CDs.
are okay. So if I had to go back to look at your collection,
Yes.
what 5 talks could bring me current to what you are speaking of now and earlier today this morning?
That's a good question.
Just think about it, and you ask your team, because there's some of us out here that will absolutely pay for a 5 teaching session,
I like you.
and with the proper recycling of the information, and with the proper,
How
what
about
do you
this?
call,
How about this?
you
How
know,
about this? You don't got to
what?
pay for 5 sessions. I'll just join the Patreon, patreon.com/KevGillsTV for whatever you want. It can be $1. I'm posting, because you brought this up. I'm going to go back and start posting all of my old videos that's concurrent on per subject here, because we have a ton
Yes.
of them. So just join the Patreon, and I'll start doing that immediately. If one of my Wakanda workers can please keep that in my visuals. Anything else?
Okay, but yes. Do I have to show my photo or my picture, or
No.
do I have to be seen? Because I'm not a vain person,
Don't
and I
worry
don't
about that.
necessarily
Don't worry about that.
need to be
Don't worry
seen.
about that.
Okay, perfect.
Enjoy the rest.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
support the broadcast.
Okay,
Thank you for that, sister.
perfect.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
will. Thank you,
Yes,
Kev.
ma'am.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yes.
Okay.
Enjoy rehab. Enjoy rehab. Press 1. Christ as the head of household will resurrect through the Spirit. Amanda, where the heck you been with this? Let me see this real quick. See? Let me see. Now look at this. Amanda went to Catholic school. Press 1. She's a Catholic school scholar. Look at this one. What'd she say? Christ as the head of household will resurrect through the Spirit. Mm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She just got a degree. Press 1. She just surpassed all Catholic scholars. Press 1. She just beat up on Ollie Ware right there. Ollie, how you let Amanda do this? Amanda been blocked 130 times. Press 1. She's been blocked 130 times. I've been counting. And she come back, Ollie, with the truth. Press 1. Now, I told you. See, Amanda is not living in the illusion of the allegories any longer. She said Christ as the head of household, not the governor. She said Christ as the head of household. Press 1. The Son of God. Press 1. Obedient to his word as the head of household. Press 1. You know who that is? Press 1. You don't know who that is yet? All right, it's not Peter hanging upside down on a cross under the Vatican. That's who it's not. Press 1. That's it. Christ as the head of household, because my husband is dead. Press 1. There we go. There we go, right there. I say, it say right there, the Son of Man must be risen like in the days of Moses. Press 1. Ah. God is good. Hey, listen. And we got Elon Musk and artificial intelligence beat, if you understood what I just said. I'm way up here with knowledge and wisdom. I say we got Elon Musk and them beat. Algorithm can't even figure this shit out. Hit that like button and subscribe. 424-209-9506. Live from South Central Los Angeles, or somewhere in the 4 corners of this nation, in a bunker. That's what I call it, the bunker. Press 1. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. All the time, Brittany, all the time. I love it. 424. Before we get to the next one, because this is a good topic. See, now we're talking about, see, Christ, Son of Man, risen up as in the days of Noah, but you must be lawful. See, Moses raised the brazen serpent, but he was lawful. Press one, he was lawful. Hit the like button and subscribe. I have no trolls at this time. They're all watching from afar. Hit the like button and subscribe. Where's my trolls today? They're not in class learning nothing. You know where he at? He's wearing his McDonald's slippery free shoes. Press one so he don't slip on them chicken McNugget grease. Press one. He I swear, I'm going to get this man. He going to make sense. He going to graduate after this. He going to take the McDonald's slippery shoes off, them retarded shoes, and we going to get him some G-Unit. Press one. Some slip-free G-Unit and Jay-Z shoes, some Sean Carter. Press, we going to step you up a bit with your retarded self. Press one, paid for by the federal government. You're the type of nigga we get tax write-offs and keep at asylums and shit because they retarded. Press one, type of nigga believe Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney is real. Facts. Press one, he can't call in when we dealing in reality. This nigga only can call in when Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck is waving to the crowd. Press one. See, it's a difference of a perception. They can't fuck with me here. They lost like this. Oh my goodness, this guy. He's fucking. But by the time they about to say he's the greatest of all time, Sonetta slap him. Bam! You bet not. Press one. You bet not. I'm slapping the shit out of you. I like saying Sonetta name because he's the only competition I got on the internet that he's not getting none of my viewers to watch his show and vice versa. You feel what I'm saying? It ain't clout with us. It's more like friendly jousting. You know, this is me and Sonetta's typical day at the office, talking shit from afar. Press one. I don't want people to think I don't like Filthy Frank from the West Side. That's my guy. I got to make sure he stays afloat. If I don't have Filthy Frank, I don't have an arch nemesis. It's boring without Filthy Frank. Press one. Without Filthy Frank and Young Pharaoh doing that live stream the other day, I wouldn't have went to sleep. I said, this is some bullshit. Young Pharaoh cut, talking about he got robbed. Sonetta talking about he up to the same old promo Don King shit. You know, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. I love our Democratic brothers. Press one. We gotta help them out too. If this was back in feudal time, they'd be at the asylum, you know, getting some correction, taking some medication, believing in thought and Osiris and African slaves to America. We'll take good care of him. I'll be tax exempt, and so would my children off of that thought process right there. Press one. I love getting tax write-offs from helping people in the bungalows. Press one. See, them type of people, they have soft helmets with that mesh in the inside of the helmet so their heads don't bump too hard on the school bus. Press one. See, them type of people you got to take. They got to sit in the front. The people, we got to lift up the seats on the bus and move, get out the way so that we can get down. And then we let the thing beep, 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 and they just get on. Press one. You see me lean back. Them niggas press one and get on, bro. Go on back there, strap yourself in. Press one. Because they just play retarded. They ain't really retarded. 424-209-9506 as we take this break. I'm enjoying every bit of this show. Ellis Island is up next. This is going to complete the 4 of 4 of this show, and we're going to continue these conversations. FBA should be asking me. Mike TV should be asking. I'm shouting you out, Mike. Mike TV should be asking me right now. So, Kev, are you saying I'm not
foundationally black? Press 1. He's supposed to be telling me right now. So, Kev, you telling me I'm not foundationally black? Press 1. I'm telling you, son, yes. You are more than likely a Frenchman. Press 1. That's okay, bruh. You didn't do nothing. Press 1. Ain't nobody foundationally black that look like you, brother. And it's okay, bro. It's okay for you to be an Asiatic, redhead, German with a piglet nose. Press 1 who shave his eyebrows. Press 1. You think I can't see your shaved eyebrows, sir? You don't think I can see you, sir? You are not foundationally nothing of this soil. You are nationalized by here of a false sense of birthright. So ain't nothing foundationally black about him. Todd, the bailiff. Press 1. Where's Todd? Todd is more foundationally black than you. He's Irish. Press my brother Todd, bro. My brother from another mother is the nigga Corey is more foundationally black than you. Press what the fuck? Corey and Todd and just yeah, bro. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Can't you see this shit? Bro, it's okay to be Germanic. Press 1. It's okay to be a ginger. Press 1. It's okay, bro. But you're not foundationally black. That's for sure. Nor are you African. They'll eat you if you go to Africa. I seen some African tribes eat albinos. Press 1. They said there was hunting albinos one time I was watching. Now, what the fuck? Press 1. I said, these people great. I said albino. They're good, that motherfucking good motherfucking trade or something over there. What the fuck? I said, like elephant tusk, like valuable? Like elephant tusk. Good point, Kev. Press 1. That's sad, but it's so true, bro. You better move. Coffee and Kush TV. Ain't nobody in the Victorian age never looked like Mike. So stop it, bro. Stop acting like you at war with the Africans. Press 1 as FBA. You're not at war with Africans with a PlayStation 3 headset on. Press 1 with a PlayStation 4 headset. This is hilarious, bro. Bro, stop, bro. You know how I know that's PlayStation? Bro, look, bro, stop with me. Press 1. Don't do it, Kev. Stop, bro. Look, I got the green one. Press 1. You be like this. Press 1. You you got a truck driver PlayStation headset. Press 1. You be talking about them British people, but at least they got real headphones. Press 1. You stuck in the teacher's lobby in the employee work lounge doing videos looking upward like this because you're so small. Who does this for 8 hours, looks up at the camera like, how stupid do you have to be to talk about itch pearly things for 8 hours with this on your head? Press 1. You gotta be stupid looking upward this whole time. Neck gotta have a crook in it or something. Go sit and take that smelly ass jacket off. You had that jacket on for 3 weeks straight, sir. You got kicked out the house? Is this a shelter? What's that? Why that green couch? You got pillows or a backpack behind that couch back there? What's going on, bro? This nigga got his phone right here just pointing. What are you doing, bro? Y'all stop it, bro. Y'all do something, find something to do with y'all time and stop making It's Pearly Things $1 million a week. How about that, bro? How about you make you $1 million a week? Whole break room tired of his ass. Here this nigga come live streaming again. Press 1. This nigga gotta go to the library and do a live stream in that office over there. Press 1. That's so sad. But anyway, it's time to get back to our studies. And hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. I'm glad I was able to make y'all laugh and use Mike TV
as a publicity clout stunt while I have nothing to do while time is rolling. Press what? I don't care. I like you guys are now just part of conversation. You don't matter anymore. You have no substance or nothing. So I'm not giving no more courtesy. No, you just use your thought process as an example. Don't mind me. Hit the like button and subscribe right now. 1892, my German black friend. Press one. Hold on, my German. 1892, when your forefathers came over here. Press one. So let's take a listen, you guys. All right? So to the yellow people with red hair of the world, which is a very few, press one. I've never seen a yellow person with freckles and red hair. Press one. And shaved eyebrows. I've never seen that before. Okay. In 18, let's read this. Silly people. In 1892, the Ellis Island Immigration Center opened. In 1924, an act of Congress greatly limited the influx of immigrants to America. During this time, 22 million people entered this nation. Between 1892 and 1924, the most destructive legislation to the preamble estate was passed by Congress. I firmly believe that this was the influx of humanity was for the sole purpose of Congress to increase those subject to their jurisdiction thereof. Pretty much to increase their power by allowing all of the immigrants, they will assume this is their nation. They just invite immigrants because that's the jurisdiction that they have. This is their little mini army. I keep going. Take their money by disallowing them silver and gold, creating the Federal Reserve Act, Social Security Act to make them dependent. Press one. Expanding. Remember, you know what a dependent is, right? Okay. Expanding the Income Tax Act while offering what? Nothing more than an inferior estate to the one offered in the preamble. So they became 14th Amendments. They were complaining about that. After all this legislation in 1929, the market crashed, impoverishing the country. Well, depends what country. We're going to call them the Victorians, demolishing the king estate. Because the king's estate is a vast estate. There's a greater territory of Great Britain. That's North Africa. That's Great Britain in its entirety. Press one, kings and what they call what y'all think is the church, but really is law, places of law. All this was going on. It's not a continental thing. It's not like, oh, that's Europe over there where the white people come from. They don't come from right there. Okay? They took his whole kingdom and his people, which is you. Let's go.
88, Section 147.
Remember, 1898 was the overthrow. So this is deep, y'all. This is before the overthrow. They was already forming up a federal militia against the people who was already here.
The scope of this division is not merely technical. Spendthrift trusts and other trusts aimed at protection of beneficiaries against their alienees and creditors.
Look.
But it includes all trusts aimed at protection of beneficiaries in present or future support and maintenance, including education, even though their protection may be merely against the direct control of the res. Okay, direct control of this res, it's prohibited.
What the hell? Hold up. Let me turn this. I don't know what happened. Oh, that's crazy. Let me refresh this. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. The sound just went out. And I'm pretty sure that wasn't me.
Hold on, let me try to fix this. Maybe.
in present or future support and maintenance, including education, even though their protection may be merely against the direct control of the res. Okay, direct control of this res, it's prohibiting us from being in direct control of this. You can basically say that that's exactly what that just said. Or income of the trust by the beneficiary, and not against alienation by him or against his debts. As a matter of fact, two chief situations exist where a support or similar trust is protected merely against direct control by the beneficiary of his interest in the trust estate. Okay, down further you will see, about the third line up, it's basically to protect himself against his own improvidence or incapacity of management, a trust of which character cannot, according to the universal rule, protect the settler against his own acts of alienations or debts. Now, this 14th Amendment so-called trust under the Federal Reserve Act is supposedly protecting our improvidences in this. You know, like if we had this, we couldn't handle it correctly. They may be right. There's a lot of ignorant people in this world. God forbid. I mean, our country is already in the hands of ignorance. I should know. I have been there. I have been ignorant. We all have. Let's try to find more understanding and bring ourselves out of darkness. Okay, definitions and distinctions. In a broad sense, a spendthrift support or other similar protective trust is one created to provide a fund for the maintenance of the beneficiary, voila, the Federal Reserve Act, and at the same time secure it against his improvidence or incapacity. So therefore you see that the Federal Reserve Act is totally lawful for certain persons. Okay? In other words, it bars such interest from seizure in satisfaction of debts. The name Spendthrift Trust is poorly descriptive, since no spendthriftiness or profligacy. You said. I'm a little tongue-tied beneficiary and determination of the existence of such trust. While spendthrift trusts are usually regarded as inclusive of all trusts, which bar creditors from reaching a beneficiary's interest, that's interesting. I think banks really get to us. They are in strict legal nomenclature to be distinguished from other trusts seeking to protect a trust estate against the grantee. Now, let's see. Down in the next section, there will come up the word inherent. Okay, assuming there is no inherent objection to spendthrift discretionary support and other protective trusts. I don't recall anybody having any inherent objection to the Federal Reserve Act. Nobody complained about it at the time. Certain prerequisites must appear before a valid trust of this kind can be said to be created. While it is not essential that the beneficiary be in fact a spendthrift, or that the settlor state his reasons and motives, it is essential to the existence of a trust of this character that there are some restraints, okay, on the immunity or of the interest or benefit of the cestui. Now, we're placing controls on the beneficiary here. In section 159, on page 398, you will see that a beneficiary of a spendthrift trust may, prior to accepting the trust, effectively disclaim or renounce the trust. They didn't even tell us that was available, did they? Now, on page 413, or should I go backwards one more? On which page? Let's go to 413, section, just above section 177. The last paragraph says a beneficiary of a spendthrift trust has been required to repay an overpayment to him out of the trust. Okay, we start seeing the 1040 here. You're a spendthrift beneficiary of a spendthrift trust, and every year you've gotten too much money from the trust res, so you have to return some of it on that 1040. Page 415, section 179. The beneficiaries of a spendthrift or other support trust are entitled to the benefits conferred in accordance with the terms of the trust, expressed or implied.
Yo.
Of course.
We good?
Generally speaking, the operation and effect of such trust in respect to benefits are governed by rules and principles applying to provisions for support, whether in wills, like the 14th Amendment Codicil, deeds, contracts.
Now look, can y'all hear me? Let me see let me check my sound. Press 1. Oh, okay. You can hear me. Okay. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. I've been in the back working on technical shit, but this is insane if you're listening.
Declarations of trust or other instruments. Support trusts quite commonly are based on support contracts. There's your Social Security Act, a support contract. And being thus purchased for a consideration. Here's your Uniform Commercial Code.
Listen.
Subject to, what did you buy? Where's the contract? Or is all of this falling in? Okay. I hope so. Section 180, where it's marked down, where it starts, such a trust casts upon the trustee the duty to exercise sound judicious judgment to determine what is necessary for the support of a beneficiary and to turn over to him trust income or property or funds in such amount in accordance with the terms of the trust. Page 417, section 182. The trustee under a spendthrift or other support trust is often vested with discretion to determine the occasion or amount of support payments or other benefits or other occurrence of or compliance with conditions entitling the beneficiary to a payment or to the corpus of the estate. Now, this is saying that they have the right to determine what we can have. Now, if you have never been in an audit with the Internal Revenue Service, you will not relate to this. If you have been in an audit, you will actually get in your gut that they are making the determination as to what you can have. Well, we disallow this. Well, we disallow that. And you're sitting there going, I did this in full faith. I did this in honesty. And they're throwing it out the window. And that person is determining what I can have.
Or you only treat this as a person, I guess.
On the next page, you will find a request for an OMB review. This is SF 83, Standard Form 83. This is regarding the Social Security number. This comes from the Office of Management and Budget. In number 4 there, you will see it does refer to the Social Security. It says application for a Social Security number card, original replacement or correction on Form SS5. Please forgive that these things have dark backgrounds because they were marked in a pencil or marking device that was copyable. We weren't quite sure. When you look at this carefully, you'll notice in number 9, it says CFR section affected. There are none. And if you go to the next page, it'll give the description, Social Security benefits, application number, original replacement, etc. And a pertinent part of the form is number 24. Respondent's obligation to comply. You will notice that number 1, voluntary, is not marked, neither is number 3, mandatory, but number 2 says required to obtain or retain a benefit. That is what a Social Security number and card is for.
Now, yours say black and dead. Theirs say nigga status white and eligible for a specific benefit. Okay, so when y'all be seeing these people out here, I ain't gonna lie to you, yeah. These motherfuckers be paid. Like, what do you do? And they just make up shit. Like, oh yeah, I'm a this, or I do this, and they don't do shit. But what the fuck is all y'all getting this money from in a reception? In a recession, ain't there supposed to be a housing bubble? It's because they don't want to say, and there's a hidden secret, but there's is a benefit attached to everything, everybody else. Not you. Of course not you. Pill. No. Hell no.
That comes directly from the OMB, which is the office below the President of the United States.
The OMB told you? Look.
Now, the Federal Reserve Act created the trust and the fund of the trust. The Social Security Act
y'all
created
trust fund
your
babies.
ability to receive benefits, and the number here shows, or this OMB.
So y'all living off of trust funds.
Only to obtain or retain a benefit
Inheritances.
from this spendthrift trust
Got you.
fund. Page 419, section 184. In the absence of anything in the trust declaration indicating the amount of support benefit, which it wasn't in the Federal Reserve Act, to which the beneficiary is entitled under a spendthrift or other support trust, the amount thereof is to be determined by the trustee in the light of the station of life, your status, and mode of living of the trustor and the beneficiary, the relationship between the two of them, or between them, and the needs of the beneficiary. Here's your 1040 being defined. It's starting to be defined, I should say. Okay, the Internal Revenue Service now comes in. The trustees make a determination. What is your status? Please send us your Social Security number so that we might know who you are. What is your status in life? What is your status in this country? What is your status in relationship to the preamble? What is your estate?
Boom. What is your estate?
422, page, section 187. Well, compliance with or the occurrence of conditions precedent and conditions subsequent, it is a requisite to the right to receive. Remember that from the charities. Or retain the benefits of a spendthrift, support, or similar trust containing such conditions. Compliance with or occurrence of conditions precedents and conditions subsequent. I could go into that, but conditions precedent and subsequent is another book, another page. Okay, now 423, place of support. How many of you have heard that the income tax applies to you no matter where you reside?
Yes.
Okay. Section 188. A beneficiary of a spendthrift or other support trust generally is entitled to support, of course, or other benefit under the trust irrespective of where he resides. This ties the two in. You're subject no matter where you reside. You can receive the benefits anywhere you reside.
Boom.
This is, everything starts tying in together now. Melding, becoming one, becoming clear. Page 427, application of statute of frauds and wills. A trust by operation of law, whether it is resulting or constructive, is not within the statute of frauds and is not required by the statute to be created or proved in writing. Neither do the provisions of the statute of wills apply to the creation of such trust. Such trust may be established by parole evidence. Okay? Further down in there, a trust of this kind arises from the fact of consideration, or the fact of
From what?
fraud.
From parole evidence. From what? Parole evidence. Okay, then. You don't even got to know. The fact, we'll get to that.
Or wrongfulness giving rise to unjust enrichment, and not from a written agreement, instrument, or will. And rest on estoppel. The purpose of statutes of fraud is to prevent, not to permit, the consummation of fraud or unjust enrichment. Now, we skipped over a few things here, but we're getting into the idea of a constructive trust is created because there's fraud located somewhere there. I call the 14. I call this, when I'm talking to the bureaucrats at this point in my life now, I call it a constructive spendthrift trust by implication of law.
Look, that's the 14th
Okay.
Amendment.
I think it's a good terminology.
I mean, too.
I say it's a spendthrift trust. There is fraud involved somewhere here, so it's constructive, and it is basically, and again, by implication of law, because you can't find it written down anywhere.
Boom.
It is definitely implied.
Not only it's an implication of law.
Definitely an implication.
It's also plausible deniability that it's even law. Press 1. Where's top? See, you see, it's also plausible deniability. Press 1. So they can say, oh, it wasn't in law. Oh, but it is by implication. Well, prove it. Well, you can't. Well, that's plausible deniability because that's who's to say it is an implication of law, and you can't even find it. Well, is it law or isn't it? Well, that's my question to you. It looked like we'll be asking these questions to each other for an eternity. Judge, can I reschedule this court case for the year 3026, please? Sure, why not? Sure, why the fuck not? I don't know. I never figured out later. I don't know anything about it. Press 1. So you have to really pay attention to how insane this position is. Now, here we are talking about plausible deniability, in which we've always been in search of this specific truth and and here it is. It's not even written in law because it's not law. But then yet again, it is. You know why? Because, it's at our discretion. But then it's not. Oh, my goodness.
That this thing exists, even though they failed to inform us and to write it down so that we could see it and find it. You could even call it a spendthrift trust by implication of law, or just spendthrift trust.
See? It's not, you can't even do it because it's illegal. It's made by Cypress Cyprus, and they didn't have legal jurisdiction to touch any records or do anything. So the whole reasoning behind granting Congress the ability to trust bust was illegal. Theodore Roosevelt is a thief and a criminal. That's what he was.
Definitely have spendthrift trust there. Resulting trust, 429. The doctrine of resulting trust is a familiar one in equity jurisprudence. Broadly speaking, a resulting trust arises from the nature or circumstances of consideration involved in a transaction whereby one person thereby becomes invested with a legal title but is obligated in equity to hold his legal title for the benefit of another. Here is the constructive trust, 446, section 221. A constructive trust, otherwise known as a trust ex maleficio, a trust delecto, ex delecto, a trust de son tort, an involuntary trust. Involuntary. That's why I call it constructive spendthrift.
Now, why is it involuntary? Because you didn't do this. They did. On top of your trust. They did it. So you don't even know. It's involuntary. You don't even know. You know nothing about it.
Okay, or it's involuntary. It's also one created under tort. Their tort. Or an implied trust, is a trust by operation of law which arises contrary to the intention and invitum against one who by fraud, actual or constructive, by duress or abuse, those are familiar words, of confidence, absolutely, by commission of wrong or by any form of unconscious...
What I'm saying is, it's neither legal nor lawful. It's neither. Because it's orchestration by way of the Latter-day Saints. Are you guys understanding? It's not lawful, nor is it legal. It's not lawful, nor is it legal. Because its inception is fraud. The inception is fraud. The signature from the so-called Latter-day Saints or the Mormons or whatever you want to call them is illegal. They don't and never did have the jurisdiction to create anything outside of the trust. They don't have that jurisdiction to do that. That's why it was done the way that it was done. It had to be done through fraud because no one would have did that.
Conscionable conduct, artifice, concealment, or questionable means, or who in any way against equity and good conscience either has obtained or holds the legal right to property which he ought not in equity and good conscience hold and enjoy. Somebody's got my property and I want it. Perpetuities. Perpetuities, okay? Now, if you look at this and you go, okay...
Yes, and Deb is right. Canaan law is not legal here. You're sovereign. So they're all operating this out of SESQV trust. It's not even legal. Everything that they're doing, and by way of incorporated and military, it's not legal. It all orchestrates from Cyprus, and they didn't even have jurisdiction to do that. It was all done out of fraud. Even them as possible trustees.
There is a rule against perpetuities, okay, but it does not apply to charitable trusts. It applies to private trusts.
Which
That's what makes this a charitable trust. That's what makes the 14th Amendment a charitable trust.
Okay.
This makes
and you're
them,
supposed to be
kosher.
operating in your private capacity. You're supposed to be operating because you're a private person.
In the eyes of the perpetuity rule. Okay, now they can last forever and ever and ever. That's why I've been bringing all this stuff and charities in here. Because you can't just say, well, it's a trust, and say, well, what about the rule against perpetuities? Oh, you wouldn't know what to say. Well,
This is all statutory law.
this falls under, no, this is common law. Well, no, what I'm talking about is common law, okay, and that they've diversified
Amended.
common law to statutory form.
Perpetuities, though, is basically
Oh, perpetuities go back a long time, yes, long, long time, to the statute of uses, because that's what they wanted to break in England on the corporate structure of
Look.
under Mortmain. They were trying to break the perpetual hold of Mortmain through the Catholic Church.
Look, they was trying to break it through the Catholic Church. Okay, not from. The Catholic Church are the ones who was trying to break the grip that the king had on the people. Again, we're talking, or the king had on its workers. And they, by getting its workers to overthrow the king, they thought they were going to have his riches or whatnot when it was a will written. This is all contract law, UCC and time. All of this you got to get a grasp of correctly. This is what Alice in Wonderland is about. This is all legal jargon of our of how we ended up here historically.
Corporations are not subject to perpetuities, okay? And the Catholic Church had England in its grasp, its death grip. So way back when is when they came up on the perpetuities in regards to trusts, so that a private trust could not be perpetual.
See? Private. And you know what else? It's illegal for these corporations. They're not living souls.
Okay. A charitable trust could be, but there are a lot of restrictions.
See? A charitable home. The restrictions will be spending and boom and having to put the money back on the books and all that other shit.
On charity.
But through a charity, 501(c), you're able to put...
That's where the rule of Shelley's case goes way back. Okay, I told you once that restraint on alienation was found under perpetuity, so I've thrown some of it in there. Okay. The general rule is that one of the incidents of ownership of property is the right to convey it. Okay, and the law will not permit the rights of ownership to be fettered by the imposition of restraints by grantors or testators who seek to convey or dispose of their property and at the same time maintain control over its alienation or use. The United States government has restrained my alienation on this property, and it is a restraint on alienation under this right here. They're trying to control my property, my estate. This cannot be allowed. Thus, whether imposed by deed or will, deed or 14th Amendment will, restraint on alienation is ordinarily a void, except under the 14th Amendment it's a spendthrift trust, and remember it doesn't apply to spendthrift trust, so therefore restraint on alienation is perfectly valid under the 14th Amendment, and that makes the Social Security number okay. The Federal Reserve Act is okay. It's all legal and lawful.
Why? Because now that becomes legal and lawful. Now that's what Lewis probably was talking about, and the perception that it's all legal. Again, none of this is legal without Supre. Okay, none of this. But let's just say, let's follow the dream world, right? And say, this is, do you see how they made this legal? and lawful in the world of commercial code. In the world of commercial. Now you Alice in Wonderland. Now following the yellow brick road. Now you the Tin Man, the Straw Man, you the tax identification number, you all that in one. You went from one person, now you a straw man.
On page 110, statutory and constitutional provisions.
Regal influencer, would you just stop typing things? Because I'm not talking to you. I don't know who you are. You just putting out random shit. And on it, blocked. Press 1, blocked. That easy. Get up out of here. It's that easy because you're not saying nothing. So enjoy that sitting way in the back.
Provisions ever since the passage of these statutes, and we're talking about Quiem Taurus and other English statutes, okay? The right of alienation has been treated as an incident of an estate in fee simple, and one which cannot be avoided except by an agreement which is not unlawful, impossible, or repugnant to the grant, or inconsistent with enjoyment of the estate granted. Okay, that's how they created the 14th Amendment. It truly is not repugnant to this, okay? Like I said, you can't have a large estate and make it into smaller estates. So,
look,
again,
that's
say
what they
the
did.
14th Amendment.
Look what you can't, it's illegal to have a larger state and then have a bunch of estates up under that. So they had to make it a thrift. A free for all. Press 1. They had to make it you're giving me something. You're giving me the right to use your will, your right. You get it?
The restraint on alienation does not apply to there, but it does apply to this. So we got to go for that allodial title, that fee simple absolute. On page 119. Restraints as to persons. According to the prevailing rule, where a deed or device in fee simple contains a provision or condition limiting the class of persons to whom the property may be aliened, or excluding a certain person or class of persons from owning such property, such an attempt limitation on the right of the grantee or devisee to alien the land is void. We keep coming up with this voidable thing under the restraint on alienation. Did I mention that I sent the Social Security Department a affidavit in support of restraint on alienation? I defined their restraint on alienation as a number that they had given me under mistake of law through non-disclosure. It's a nice 2-page little article. It's an affidavit, basically.
She's silly as shit.
Unlike the revocation of powers of attorneys that some people are putting in, this hits straight toward an estate because I brought that up. The fee simple absolute.
Mm-hmm.
I put them on notice again. And again, it's about the 4th time I put them on notice of something, but this time it's on their restraint of alienation.
Any response?
It was just a couple weeks ago that I did this.
No response yet.
No, I gave them 10 days, but they didn't respond in 10 days. So.
That's all I give you.
Hey, 5 minutes is too long. Yes, that's right. That's how long to give you. And we're going to continue on here further. Let's see, where are we here now? On page... You'll find something that says up the top on the left-hand corner, section 275, general provisions. This comes from the California Probate Code. Section 275, beneficiary filing disclaimer. A beneficiary may disclaim any interest in whole or in part by filing a disclaimer as provided in this part. What are we disclaiming? This is under probate code. We are disclaiming being a beneficiary under the constructive spendthrift trust by implication of law. We are revoking elections. Disclaiming. We are not going to take under the will.
Look.
Okay? It's a disclaimer. This goes into, this is the probate code. This gives you the right to disclaim taking under the will or, you know, revoking those elections or saying, hey, something about the elections that was forced on you. On the next page
Look,
is section 280.
Look at this
Filing a
lady.
disclaimer. A disclaimer may be filed with any of the following. Number one, the Superior Court. A disclaimer shall be filed with any of the following. Number one, the Superior Court in the county, etc. Number two, the trustee, personal representative, or other fiduciary or person responsible for distributing the interest to the beneficiary.
It's funny because this is not a nation of sovereign citizens. This is an individual. Okay, this isn't like, oh, let's all go and fill out paperwork. This isn't like, oh, let's sign up to be fucking Moors and this ain't none of that shit. They know exactly what this is. We just locked out as far as having the mental capacity to even understand. But this is why the Moors can't tap in. This is why the white lady can't tap in, because it's not the federal government is in a fortified position in protecting its interests. And by law, they are bound by oath. You're bound by oath to serve them and under them, but they're bound by oath to allow that process to be. It's going to be what it's going to be. You know what I'm saying? So I hope people are aware. And this is some crazy shit to see this lady try to use manipulation in her attempts to somehow take more than just, oh, I don't want to be a 14th Amendment citizen. Oh, no, that's not heirs. That's what they were always. They were always what they would call 14th Amendment citizens under the crown, though. Meaning they would never have that, what they call in white power or some shit like that. Never. Because that was ordained to heirs of freedom, freemen. Granted to them by the Magna Carta. See? That consists of the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, orders of the king, all that good shit that come with it. But they give you the Constitution and say, look, we fought for freedom in 1776. When the Magna Carta is where the Constitution comes from.
This is the government, the trustee, the representative, the corporate capacity. Okay, you can file your disclaimer of testamentary interests, as you may, with the government, state, federal, etc. Number 3, any other person having custody or possession of or legal title to the interest.
Look, when I just talk about the interest,
banks.
legal
4,
title to the interest. Now, I just told you they have to protect their interest. And you're it, buddy.
Of the interest. I think they're dead.
Where the money resides. Look, she said, I think they're dead. They're black. Look at her. I think they're dead. Oh, shit. She knows there's death and genocide, and she used the term they to make sure it's not them. Yes, they're dead. Yes, from the founding fathers to their heirs, they are black. Dead.
4B, the disclaimer in this part may be filed with the county, recorded in the like manner and with a like effect as a grant of real property, and all statutory provisions relating to the recordation or non-recordation of conveyances of real property. And
so you get it, right? Foundationally black person, are they entitled to anything? No. Why? Because they're dead. And they're incompetent. Press 1. So what is the fuck is a foundationally black? different from a black or different from an African? Nothing. They're all dead incapacity. They're all dead states of being. They're all incorporated entities, soulless. You don't have a soul because you fed the system yours. Press 1. That's what it's talking about, the new birth. That's what God is talking about. And Jesus is talking about being born again and being born from death into everlasting life. Press 1. Because you're trapped in this SESQV trust. Press 1. See, you trapped in the SESQV trust. And therefore, you are a believer in death. That's hell. Press 1. That's the corporate capacity. That's the church. And that's that Catholic Church ruling over you, a soulless entity ruling. Could you believe that? By way of the Holy See, which is the federal government. Ain't no more time to lie about nothing or cover nothing up. Hold on, caller. This is about truth and the reality of standing in truth. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up? Are you there? Wait a minute. Can I hear him? Oh, my goodness. I can't hear you, champ. Oh, you got to call back. Call back. I couldn't hear the young brother. But yeah. Hit that like button and subscribe to the page if you haven't already. Oh, I'm just having all type of difficulties today. I see it now. I'm having all type of difficulties. The electromagnetic system by the crib is just too much right now.
Thereof is
Oh, so okay, I can hear now. 424-209-9506. And they're not gonna teach you that stuff. They're not gonna think, because a lot of these people pretending to be FBA or so-called blacks, they don't want this. This is like the heirs back in power. That mean people go back into who they are. These people want to be black now, but you're Nigerian, or this person is from Ghana, or this person from over there, and they've been using these people as a term black to hide the faces of God's people. Press 1. Instead of Joseph blending in with them, they don't blend it in with you and taking control of. That's why a lot of Africans are white on paperwork, because of status. A lot of Haitians and a lot of people, Hispanics, they are white on paperwork, meaning they are taking part in the theft of your sovereignty. Mexicans, all of them are, they say people of color, but they are white on paperwork. That's the Census Bureau. So through hip hop in your brain, you may think that a person is just a person, but these people are white on paperwork. Are you a fool? Press 1. That's the thing about it, bro. I'll never forget this, bro. They write this on down. Latinos write white, Hispanic, white. They're not minority. They're white. They're the majority. And they're just taking advantage of the trust from a minority. So they're using they're operating in their majority capacity, but they're using the benefit of needing to be taken care of. So they can pretend to be poor Mexicans and come over with Social Security, but at the same time, switch identities and go get a great job and take advantage of great prosperities. So we as black people, we see this every day in the hood. We see it, bro. Then 15 kids, Maria go up to the food stamp plate. Meanwhile, everybody telling us. But it's a reason why the state needs them to do that. Press 1. And then you're going to soon find out. Everybody, listen, when you go to jail, you black. Black, too strong. I had to find this out, man. Ain't anybody with you but our people, G. And I don't care if niggas don't like each other or look dysfunctional, we got, bro. Press 1. So everybody operating in two different capacities. They're operating in a status capacity of Hispanic, white, but when it's time to go, I'm black and I'm proud, they right there getting minority brown benefits as well. So a Hindu person can get white and black. You see, they can get the benefit of the majority, but then operate in credit when it's time to do credit. You see, you don't get that break. You see? Now that's white supremacy. You see? That's white supremacy that you can't see. You gotta, that's a different white supremacy. Where they ain't gotta do this in front of you. The system, the theft system is operating on the benefit of all foreigners and aliens. You never put that together? The federal system is for the benefit of foreigners. That's why foreigners can come get driver licenses. They can come do anything that they want to. They can come and drunk and drive. It don't matter. First one, they be out right now. The main thing is African American men need to be out that house and not be the head of household. That's the main thing on this earth. Do you know that?
Applying to the disclaimer with like effect. Now, I tried to file my disclaimer with the county recorder pursuant to this section, and they have refused me not once, not twice, but 3 times.
You was denied 3 times.
Now, I figure if they refuse to file it, it must be valid.
Not only valid, but probably deadly.
It's probably deadly.
It's the death blow.
But we shall pursue and continue. Okay, probate code. Probate court is an Article 3 court. Believe it or don't. And the probate codes have wonderful remedies regarding the breaches of trusts and the accountability of the trustees.
Look, the accountability.
And making account.
Look. The accountability of who? The accountability of who? The trustees. You have an obligation and they have an obligation. You got to make sure your workers work for you, or the workers start thinking they running Taco Bell because you ain't never there. You see? The workers at Taco Bell telling your girl she can be whatever she want to be. Forget God and that silly law and made up God complex. Jesus ain't coming back. The white man made it up. We gods. Now let's pay rent forever. Them black men, y'all are silly.
To you. Utilizing it, I don't know. I haven't applied it in that direction as yet. But it looks like a possibility and could open up several doors. I would love to open some doors in probate code.
Me too.
Court.
Me too. I'm just gonna start doing shit. Press button.
This is a trust. That's where it belongs. It's the 14th Amendment. It's a trust. That's where it belongs.
I'm just gonna start doing
and
shit.
And it doesn't matter if it's a court of equity or not, because once a trust is brought in, the court has to look at the trust first and other laws later. The trust comes first.
The trust comes first.
Now, page 188, section 278. Here we discuss the disclaimer and what you're disclaiming. You're disclaiming your election to take under the will.
Come on.
The 14th Amendment codicil. You want to disclaim it. You want to tell them that they took you.
Stole me.
They committed non-disclosure.
Oh, they did what? Y'all with me? What they do, y'all? Tomorrow when we wake up for class, this is our approach. Kev, they took us. Press 1. They stole us. His crown jewels, they stole us. And they made us chattel and are trafficking us. on a ship. They took you. Press 1. You are on the ship right now. Barred from justice.
Didn't tell you of your rights
They didn't
as an heir.
they
to
didn't tell
this
you nothing.
estate. They told you you were someone else.
They told you, look at this.
And that it was an inferior estate.
And that
This is
and that's why Tupac said, they claim we inferior, so why the fuck these devils fear us? I'm watching my nation die, genocide the cause, expect a bloodbath. The aftermath is y'all's. See, Tupac was ahead of his time. Ahead of his time. Guess what? No, and people don't listen. That's the thing about it. You too busy bobbing your head to the beat, like Tupac said, and ain't listening to the words. Grow in knowledge, bro. You're going to win, champion.
the guidelines on how to make one. Page 203 in section 295, effective federal law, transfers of or disclaimers. Notwithstanding any other provision of this part, if as a result a disclaimer or transfer, the disclaimed or transferred interest is treated pursuant to the provisions of Title 26 of the United States Code, as now or hereafter amended, or any successor statute thereto, and the regulation promulgated thereunder as never having been transferred to the beneficiary, then the disclaimer or transfer is effective as a disclaimer under this part. Here we have Title 26 in the Probate Code. My.
No wonders never cease.
Now, as an estate and as A conveying Blackacre to B and his heirs, in law, under common law, under English law, the heirs had to be lawful heirs. And when there were heirs, there had to have been a marriage.
Stop right there. She just said it. Oh, the heirs had to be lawful heirs. So she knows she can't do nothing. You have to, it has to be lawful and real. And you cannot steal from something that was created that even the federal government cannot steal it, lady.
A marriage between the testator or whoever was doing a wife.
Now look, this goes back to Taj. Here you go, Taj.
Because if there weren't, the posterity would be bastards.
Why? Because because the children will be bastards. Press 1.
Able to inherit.
Unable to inherit. That's why there must be a bridegroom. Press 1. Because you are to inherit the kingdom, family. That's why. Don't you get it? You get it, don't you? That's why. It's more important than feelings and you and whatever is going on. This is deep, bro. This is deep. And they said it's the church. But it's a whole nation.
In metaphysical thinking, there is a wife.
Look, in metaphysical,
who
look.
created the posterity of this country.
Look.
A mother.
Look.
Your mother.
Look. Dear mama. Press 1. Do you see what I'm saying? And even as a crack fiend, mama, you always, this is what we talking about. This is what we talking about. The esoteric, but so true. It ain't so hidden now because you know you understand. Listen.
My mother. My mother country.
Look.
The founding fathers were married to America.
Boom.
And America gave birth to the heirs.
Outlaws. What do you say? We your children. You birthed us, family. What y'all doing? You can't leave us out here. That's what he was on. I'm going a little deeper and say, by law, you couldn't have left us out here. By law, you have mismanaged the trust. See?
Of liberty. In this metaphysical line of thinking,
Listen, metaphysics, that's...
in order to separate and segregate the estate,
Look! You!
we can utilize dower,
What's dower, ma'am?
assigned dower.
What's that?
It literally separates the estate.
Both of you two. Boom!
We give the widow 1/3 of the estate.
What else you do?
We can give her this.
I
The rest all comes with it.
told you, nigga.
Now, this is metaphysical thinking.
Told
How
you.
to do it with and try.
I told you, bro. It's to get you. It's to kill him and to get you. To make him your king, G. I told you. Hey, Taj, I told you. And the return is to reclaim what was lost.
To get in an assignment of dower
Look.
also.
Look at the assignment of
To
dower.
separate the estate.
Now, this is why you were separated. This is what it's all about. The separation of what? Church and state. Man and woman. King and queen. There you have it, family. You're from courtesy from the king himself. This is what was given to you.
It sounds interesting, unusual, but it was a valid thing. And they were married to America.
Look.
And the heirs are
Theirs.
not bastards.
Theirs. They're theirs. You are a product of George G.W.G. You know when scripture would say you are called by my name? Well, I'm telling you right now. Put it out of the metaphysics. You are called by royalty himself. Sovereignty was given to you. You executed sovereignty to be a slave. That's what you did. You are a child of the great. He created this. That's why it's called Washington. They created Washington, D.C. I'm talking about the real Washington on the West Coast. Press 1. I'm about the real Washington. The founder of Oregon, Washington, all of this, who traveled through and created all of what they call the settlements and the Mormon, Utah, and all of that. That's all created by the same individuals traveling throughout. And the caravan. That's also a train. But we're gonna talk about it.
We are lawful heirs.
But it's the first time I heard it this
So we must have a
way.
mother, and she deserves to be assigned her dower.
So there is a mother and a father, and there's Mother Earth, and there's the father who created the system. Press 1, you see how that worked? And they needed to separate the two. Queen, they needed to separate the two. For you can get 1/3, press 1, of his death earnings. Press 1. So you gonna sacrifice your son? This is what you gonna do. Remember when they said in scripture, they was sacrifice Abraham. He called Abraham or something to sacrifice his son. Every woman has sacrificed their sons. Facts, and gave them nothing as an inheritance. Press 1. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Your inheritance is probably sitting up in some old probate court right now being used because your mama and grandmama ain't told you that all y'all got some money and they took their 30% already. Well, press 1. They don't want to tell you that part. Press 1. They don't want to tell you that you been sold. Press 1. But through Christ may you be redeemed. See, you ain't got no mama. You ain't got no father. Your father and your mama sold you into captivity. Press 1. That easy. And then they named you and wrote you down as black. That genocide. No heritage. Incapable of inheriting. Bastard. Dead. Press 1. Incompetent. They'll leave you in jail. Let the state deal with them. You ever heard that? Huh? Give the state my child. That's sacrificing to Baal. Press 1. See, we not even supposed to be here. We not even supposed to be here. But through Christ, family. That's why I keep saying it's more important than some old religion. This is a new birth, G. See, that's why you need Christ. That's why you need a new birth. That's why you need a baptism, a reinserting into the womb. Press 1, and a re-emergence from in the water, free. See, not lost, but found. Press 1. Lost in a peril state, floating around in the sea. No, you don't made landfall. Press 1. You ended up on shore to their amazement, like Nipsey Hussle say. Press 1. You jumped off the deep end with your boy Kev Gills and ended up on shore to their amazement. Now they just gonna hope that the example we set is not contagious. You see? So to help more people get free, you ask me what I do. What did I do to make them say no jurisdiction over you? Just ask.
And it does separate the estate and get it out of other people's hands.
Other black men's hand, okay? It gets it out of your hand, black man. So while you're ignorant and you don't know nothing and y'all killing, y'all worried about old block, you can fix this tomorrow, soldier. With just a change in your perception, what you give your energy to. That's how this place operates. That's why they keep you entertained with sin and death and empowered by death. Believing in karma as if death is just right around the corner where this is what you all believe in. When everlasting life and the lineage to leave to your children is right around the corner. Y'all niggas rather y'all rather work for Adam 22 than leave your children something behind to operate in your real self. Press 1. And to work hard for you. Y'all ready to sign a deal to Rumble. Ain't that what we was talking about earlier? Huh? They selling their soul. That's what selling your soul is. Operating as a corporate entity, as the live person. I'm alive because God made me alive. He breathed air into me and set me free. Press 1. Not because I filed for an LLC, for a dead incorporate and operating as a dead person. Press 1. Then I can fake my death. By being an Ellen, what the fuck am I? Press 1. I'm not here to operate under that. Press 1. Then I can just run, huh? Now I can run from my duties as a lawful person to teach our people that we sold ourselves into a burning house. Press 1. Voting and all of this. Taking after the 14th Amendment, calling ourselves black and African Americans and all of this, and not applying the law and holding these people fiscally and legally responsible for our downfall, for our plight, for our genocide. We ain't charged them with one crime. We worried about getting $1 when you don't even know what the crime is worth. Press 1. You don't even know what to charge him with your handout from Tariq Nasheed. Press 1. You don't even know. Because you knowing this takes away FBA. You see, you knowing this, what I'm teaching you, takes your mind off of being in a group called FBA or Foundationally Black. See, my truth destroys 501(c) propaganda. Press 1. My truth destroys and shows that that's operation of the Pope. There's no black and white hate. They all one against thee, like Scripture say, a confederacy against thee. From the Moors to this one and that one. From the Serapis Bays to the Morris Bays is all the same bays. Press 1. They all came through the bays, through the water. Press 1. That's right. Commercial law. Press 1. And these people will trick you. The Moors will have you thinking they stood you upright. Press 1. And when they just became friends with a corporation called the United States of America to enslave you. Press 1. Y'all stop this madness. We created everything you use to fiscally walk around. We set the trends. Press 1, but we don't profit from it. Let's say, like the scriptures say, we got vineyards, but we don't drink the wine. Press 1, because we don't apply the law. We don't know how to think legally and responsibly, and we don't hold ourselves accountable. You know what we say? I ain't do nothing, man. I'd rather go to jail. Nobody better not tell on me. Get in front of the thing that say, "In God we trust," and lie your motherfucking ass off. Press 1, and you ain't fooling nobody but yourself, because the judge say 40 years, and then they say, "Black power, man, I gotta do too much." But you just know the rules. You hold yourself accountable in this place. Press 1, you would have got off. Press 1 instead of trying to fight the lying ass nigga. Now you gonna get triple life for a goddamn regular Twinkie theft. Stupid. Press 1, all you had to do was admit that you was hungry. Press 1. Your culture and what you got up is sacrificing you to your own demise. Don't tell nothing. Ain't you a gangbanger? Yeah, but I did it. You better not say nothing. I'm not snitching nobody but myself. You can do that if you want to. Even if you snitch on yourself, you still a snitch. Press 1. Man, like that. That's going to get me regular. Man, these rules is crazy. That's why you... if you're a criminal, it's best that you do your shit alone. That's why you tell on yourself and hold yourself accountable. You don't gotta have nobody telling you what not to do and what to do and this one is a threat of this. No, you can do that on your own. Why you shoot him? He was running towards me and he's a gangbanger. That's why I shot him. Press 1. I'm in Florida. He was coming towards me. He was doing all these fingers and stuff, Your Honor, and he was coming towards me. I told him, "Take a step back, sir." Press 1. He kept coming with his fingers and aggression. Check his record. He's probably a gangbanger. That's why I popped him in his mouth. Pow! When he ran towards me. Check the video. Pow! And you freeze right there on the ground. Press 1. I'm out of here. I'm gonna snitch on myself. I got things to do. I have video games. I'm about to go play Madden. You're your criminal. Press 1. I ain't no criminal. You're a criminal. Pow. Right there. Pow. Leave his dumb ass right there. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to teach people stuff and they steady trolling.
It could be something fun to play with.
Come on.
In Dower, you can quarantine the estate.
You can quarantine the estate.
Her estate.
You can quarantine her estate. So didn't you just get quarantined? You gotta go through a sickness to get quarantined. Look at your neighbor and say,
Not like this.
gotta quarantine the
Not
estate.
like this.
They free. Gotta wipe them out. Gotta genocide. Them niggas ain't nothing. Gotta quarantine the estate. Could you say what? Quarantine? Gotta section them off. Now listen to me, y'all. Come on.
Just put it on sheer quarantine.
Look.
Okay, these are some very beautiful things.
This
to
is what
look
happens
at.
every Jubilee. You go into quarantine.
Because she is your mother country. She is my mother country. She is your mother country, no matter what color, sex, religion, race, or anything that you are.
Look.
She's my mother. My spiritual mother.
That's what manifests destiny. So you ever seen the white woman with the red cross on that's manifest destiny? They're saying the spirit of the mother, but the spirit of mother that's the spirit of Russia, Mother Russia, not our mother. Our mother look more like our Mother Earth looked like the lady from the end of Moana. You know, afros and noses and shit. That's what. Yeah, that's it. See, I got the heart of that woman right there. Press 1. They love me. I'm a black woman. Press 1. Black women love Kev Gill. See, I got the heart. Press 1. I got the heart right there of who? Why you think I can talk about? Why do you think I can talk about our worst catastrophes? Because I got the heart of the woman right here. I'm going to put it inside her little peanut head ass right there. Blink! Press 1 like in a movie. Because she retarded. Press 1, she's throwing things. And just, Cam, shut the fuck up. Cam, shut up. Press 1, stay in my place. You got to calm her silly self down. Press 1. Facts. I'm not playing, bro. I told you. I got the heart of Moana. Press 1. I've been staring at the edge of the water long as I could remember. I knew it was the point why I watched that movie. God make me watch all the movies. I know your name, Taquisha.
Press 1. Every time Jaquisha get mad at me, I sing Moana. Press 1, and then she start cooking grits and eggs for me. I know your name. Press 1. They have stolen the heart from inside you. But this does not define you. I love that song. Do you know who you are? Press 1. Yo, crazy black ass. You really a Victorian. With your mean ass on all them baby daddies. Press 1. Do you know who you are? I be listening to Disney music walking through the hoods of South Central. Man, they be like, why Kev got this good spirit? Not knowing I'm saying, Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Press 1 for the rest of your day. Just all walk through South Central. Press 1 like a fucking cartoon, because that's what it is.
Between the two of them, or between them,
Look at
and
it.
the needs of the beneficiary.
Now check this out. The importance of this whole thing is what? The separation of the woman and the man. Let's put it right here. It's about the separation. And what's the law called? What's the law called? You crazy woman? What's the law called? What did she say? What was the actual law called that they needed to steal the woman's estate? Come on. What is it called? She just said it. It starts with a B. I'll give you a hint. It starts with a B, I believe. Press 1. Anybody? Somebody knows the law. Anybody? She just said it. Or did we forget it? Singing Disney fucking movies. That's what I'm saying. Entertainment. It's the law that's dower law. Thank you. She said, then as Brian said, breach. It's dower law. That's what you get. Because I was wrong. It doesn't start with no damn B. It starts with a D. Dower law. Press 1. See, dower is what, in the Matrix, that last dude kept Neo and Trinity from coming together. Dower. Dower is the apple. Press 1. Remember he used it as the apple? He always kept Neo in bullet time, so it was dower and her. He kept her focused on that 30%, that 33%. Press 1 of that, the estate. And him chasing love after her. Her mind on the 33%. His mind on love. He falls off the cliff with her. Press 1. And they stay in that perpetual moment forever. The ever so yearning to come back to, yet so far, yet so close. You almost did it. Press 1. This is what we're talking about here. This is what the Matrix is all about. Neo, Trinity, the Holy Spirit. Press 1. Him taking a chance with her. Him taking a chance with her. AKA her resurrection is a little bit as a more important, or if not equal to yours. Press 1. See, because I think this is a restoration between the old Adam and Eve and the new Adam and Eve. Press 1, which is going into the world, aka cast out, and then from the world coming back to, remembering who they are. I think that's beautiful. In fact, I like that story over a slave story of us pissing and shitting on top of each other. I like that story better. What? That's my imagination. I don't know. If you want to dwell there, that's cool. But that's the shit I think about. I don't ever think about us pissing and shit. I don't see that. That's not fiscally responsible. You wouldn't do that to dogs. Press 1, but you're beneath dogs. Shut up, German. You just shut the fuck up, my German friend. Press 1. With no sense. I don't even let little racist shit get to me. I realize that this shit, people ain't got no sense. They have no humanity. And one day people return, if they do, to apologize. So give people time. Be you. Don't stop being you. Don't try to correct them. Just be you. You know what I'm saying?
unless you in class and you in a position, you the teacher's aide or something. But in life, just let people be people, and you keep getting better at being better. And dealing with people. Imagine the type of shit I got to deal with. I be getting frustrated, but when I do get frustrated, a little thought in my head say, "Be patient. It's okay, bro. It's okay. Everybody don't know, so you gotta walk with them. Enjoy it. Enjoy that. When you walk your walk, you can slow time up so you live a little longer. Press one. Live a life of service. People say, Kev, how you keep a young little look and high spirit because, bro, I'm a person of some service. This is fun to me, G. Delivering this type of information and putting it out in the world to where no one can refute it. Oh, come on, bro. Any man on earth will love that. Any man will love to say things and then be like, huh? So I enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I enjoyed the gift. I enjoyed being, and I enjoyed teaching. And we've been on the air for 4 hours and 50 minutes after being on air for 3 hours. And we didn't have to talk about pearly things. We didn't have to talk about this. We didn't have to talk about, we kept it on the trust. We had a little fun, but we kept it on the subject matter, which is your enslavement and the reason of your redemption is needed and how it sounds in law. From salvage law, Said knows a lot about this. Said probably would want to come up one of these days and teach y'all about this. Amanda taught us about riparian law and maritime law and riparian rights. Press one, that was the takeover. That's all that. And I think when all of our powers combine, we are Captain Planet. Go Planet. Press one. I'm retarded. For real, for real. You can't deal with me. How would you like to date a nigga who in the restaurant talking about some damn Gold Planet and niggas is in there? Inner joke. I'm sorry, bro. I'm nothing. I'm just, I'm sorry. I'm stupid. Press one. I'm just ridiculous. I'm sorry. Gold fucking Planet. I'm a thug, remember? South Central. What the fuck am I thinking about? Gold Planet. We don't watch cartoons, do we, sir? Hit the like in the like button. This is like you gotta be like if you want to be a superhero, you gotta be like Clark Kent. You gotta be like Bruce Wayne. And press one, you gotta be like Kevin Gillespie. You gotta be you the real you is a disguise. No, wait. Your job title is the disguise. What people think you are is the disguise. Press one. Superman had a job. Batman had a job. Everybody had jobs. Your superheroes gotta come out though, G. You can't be at the job. You gotta, bro, express your talent. If you was a superhero, what hero would you be? That was a good question we had years ago, and we're gonna bring back that on the night show. I might come back tonight and do that show just because I like. If you was a superhero, what would you be? I would be like Professor X, Thanos, and fucking Apocalypse all in one. Press one. Is that a character? Thanos, Professor X, and Apocalypse all in one. Press one. That's me. Press one. I use this as my wheelchair. Press one. This is like, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna lie. This is like, remember Professor X? He had to put this on his head. Press one, and he had to get on a computer. You don't know that about X-Men? Professor X, whole ability was getting on a damn computer and going live and talking to y'all every day and knowing how to communicate. Press one. That's all he did. He created the whatchamacallit. Press one. And you gotta know what that is. God bless y'all.
Maine. They were trying to break the perpetual hold of Maine through the Catholic Church. I want you to know that those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debt. And you are giving your evidences of debt as gifts. Or you're transferring them or conveying them to other people. Okay, so there you laughed, huh? Those Federal Reserve notes are evidences of debts. Causa mortis. Please read Causa mortis and gifts, because Causa mortis is very important. The idea of someone has to die, okay, for a tax on a gift.
And that's how you break in. Somebody got to die for tax on a gift. You see, you had to die for the trust to be broken. Being black in law is death. See, it don't matter where we go in truth, we're here, right?
Okay, and when you think that someone has to die, remember the heir here has died, the 14th Amendment citizen is paying the tax.
So you're paying the tax on your own genocide. Do you got it?
Because the estate or some sort of estate has transferred. It's all metaphysical, but
It's all metaphysical and backwards, so you got to be able to see through the religion to get to the truth. Do you understand? I said it's metaphysical and backwards and religious, so you got to walk with Kevin Gillespie to get to the truth. Press 1, because you believe in religion and stuff, you won't be able to see the reality of it.
transferred to a 14th Amendment citizen, the 14th Amendment citizen has to pay a gift tax because the heir is dead. The 14th Amendment citizen genocided them.
Wow.
Along with the government.
The 14th Amendment citizen genocided the heirs. Press 1, along with the federal government. What did I tell you? Look at your neighbor right now. Press 1. I'm sorry. Y'all know what it is. What the hell?
Not like this.
The 14th Amendment,
Not
that
like
citizens genocided them, along with the government. Along with the federal government. Now, where is that in history? Where did they do that? Where did the 14th Amendment citizen genocide the Victorians? Press 1. When did the genocide the heirs? When was this even possible? The 14th Amendment wasn't nowhere around King George. So when did the 14th Amendment genocide with the federal government the heirs? Go ahead.
It's conspiracy. None dare call it conspiracy. Now, I want to wrap this up very quickly, and we're going to go to Title 26. Well, you'll recognize it by the top says 6100.
I'm going to stop it right there.
This
I'm going to
is
stop it
Title
right there
20.
because I'm supposed to. I'm going to end this live right here. That's just fucked me up. The 14th Amendment citizens help in association with, there it is, bro. There it is. And she's breaking this down by trust law and applying that to historical foundation, giving them the perspective they're supposed to have. So yes, I can go into the scripture and show my people by historical fact. Press 1, and by way of historical fact, proving that this is them, I can do that. If you can do that, I can do this. Coffee and Kush TV, Cabro University. Be ready for class first thing in the morning. We're getting back on it. Press 1. We're getting back on it. Clear your mind. Clear your mind. We had 4 hours today. 4 or 5 hours. Hard mental work. And we'll be back at it first thing in the morning right here on the road, Coffee and Kush TV, channel 54. I'd like to thank y'all, the people who contributed to this night stream. 5 hours. 5 hours of just knowledge and wisdom. I got to thank y'all for staying put. And as always, family, our